Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll be chairing the meeting this morning, and thanks everybody for coming. It looks like we have one person that is going to be coming in remotely, and that's Arnold. So I'll call this meeting to order, and Arnold will probably join us when he's available. So with Arno not here, do we need to excuse him from the meeting or no? Okay. All right. So he's coming in. We've all received the minutes from the last committee of the whole meeting. Is there any additions or omissions or changes to those minutes? Seeing none, can I have a motion? Amanda?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so now we are, we've all received copies of the agenda for today. Any changes or additions to that agenda that need to be made at this time? Okay. Seeing none, Kelly, this is difficult. We haven't met before. Kelly, yes, would you like to?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda that's in our package.
Thank you very much. All in favor? And if I can have everybody turn their name tags towards me so that I can see who everybody is, that would be great. Thank you.
Does that mean we get last names today?
Yeah, we're all last names today. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start this morning with the 2024 budget comments and summary. That's area 6.1, and I believe Matt is going to be taking over.
Indeed. Good morning, Committee of the Whole. It seems like we're always in some form of budgeting, somewhere along in the cycle of budgeting. If you recall, we met earlier this year, kicked around some new ideas. You'll see some numbers in the budget for those things we talked about at budget planning meeting. Today, we're really hoping to lock down some decisions on numbers that may need to get included in the budget or some numbers that should be excluded from the budget. At its core, a budget is all about what we are going to do. You need resources to fund the services that the county provides. Are there things we should be doing more of, things that we should be doing less of? How do we allocate those scarce public resources? Because resources are scarce. There's choices to be made. Looking at your legislated responsibilities under the MGA, there's a whole list there. I'm not going to go through them all, but this meeting today discharges a lot of your legislative under the Municipal Government Act. Roles in the budget process. We have spenders and we have guardians. Your spenders are on that side of the table, and sometimes they're on this side of the table, but we like to think of council as the guardians, finance as guardians of the public purse. We're always interested in making sure we're getting value for money. And your spenders, they need to spend. There are service levels that need to be met, legislated responsibilities. They get credit for delivering high quality services. But we want to keep them honest as they're spending public funds. Councillors, finance, guardians, we want to keep taxes and debt levels at reasonable levels. And that is our goal in the budget process. As we look at some of the numbers, you'll see, I think, with the pressures the world is facing in terms of supply chain issues, inflationary pressures, my team has delivered a relatively conservative budget for council's consideration. Where are we at in the process timelines? So again, we met back in July. Department heads go to work. By the end of September, if they meet their deadlines, we get a draft budget up to finance. Finance spends the next month compiling all that information, trying to balance the budget to make sure we can find piggy banks to fund the special projects, evaluate whether we have capacity to increase our tax revenues. That gets kicked out to council at the end of October. You chew on it for a few weeks, and now we get to debate the budget today. We don't have to figure it all out today. If there's lingering questions or additional information that Committee of the Whole Council would like to see, we can pull some additional information together. We've got 2 more shots, council meeting in November, as well as the first one in December. We're targeting to have approval of the interim budget. Everybody likes to know what's the impact going to be to taxes. At this point, we don't really know. We're aiming for a 3% revenue increase. There's some things that can make that easier or harder to achieve. I always like to say at the County of Newell, you get above average service levels for below average tax rates. As an administrator, that's a position that I would like to maintain, where the county has below average tax rates. So what we're looking for in 2024 is hopefully some growth in our assessment base, which, that's people coming to the party, new houses, new businesses that come and start paying taxes. So that's what we're looking for in 2024, is to capture growth in our tax revenue. We are not looking at increasing our tax rates. If growth is robust enough that we can accomplish that 3% revenue growth target, we can then have a conversation about maybe scaling back our tax rates. That's to be determined. We don't know what our assessed values are going to be until the end of February there. Talked about some of the pressures, opportunities for budget. So police cost sharing, and I think it's important when we talk about revenue growth, looking for additional tax revenues, what's driving that? One of the largest expense items that County of Newell has experienced in the last number of years is police cost sharing. So this is a direct download from the province to municipalities who previously did not pay for provincial policing. We went from $0 to, you've got an estimate of $839,000 in your budget for 2024. It's real money. We need to find it. Uncertain grant funding. You would have heard at RMA some discussion about the local government fiscal framework, and there should be a big reveal of what the funding formula looks like by the end of the year. Typically, we could bank on about $3 million of MSI grant funding. That is money that built this facility, built out rural water lines, is building out your second phase of rural water lines. Hopefully, the formula maintains that and grows that moving forward, but I'm not optimistic about that. So we have uncertain grant funding, high inflation. You've seen the numbers coming in all year long, especially on capital. Numbers are just through the roof. When we look at our 10-year replacement program, we typically include an inflationary factor of 2-3%. This year, we're looking at 30% plus. Hopefully, over time, that settles down and we see those numbers retreat. I'm not optimistic that you're ever going to see a retreat in those numbers. Tight labor market, high interest rates. It's not all doom and gloom, though, because out of all municipal districts in this province, the county is one of the best situated in terms of its strong financial position. So over a number of years, we've been able to build our piggy bank, set aside funds for the future replacement of roads, bridges, water, sewer infrastructure. There's some opportunities that are presenting itself in our region in terms of renewable energy development. So we may see some of those projects start scratching the ground here soon. Irrigated acres. You have an experienced staff. Many have been here for a decade plus. I was at a conference and one of my CAO counterparts said this in relation to budgeting. I can do more with more, or I can do less with less, but I cannot do more with less. Well, how's that possible? Because we've been saying we do more with less all the time. But I think that's the challenge, is to figure out how to get more with less. I have not settled whether I think this fellow was right or wrong, but I think it's something to think about. We can do more with more, more people, more technology. Can we do more with less? I don't know. It's a challenge. So think about that as we're going through the budget today. And there's always a pressure to want to cut or bring things down. I'm a big fan of doing things once right. When we were out at the Rolling Hills Fire Hall, I was standing outside the front bay doors, and I was a little disappointed that we didn't reach for a paved pad in front of those doors, because I think it's obvious when you're standing there that we missed an opportunity to do it once and do it right. So it's important to be responsible with the public purse, but I think there's something to be said for mobilizing once and doing a job once right. Other opportunities, we're in an excellent position with our debt capacity. I think Council may see a few projects come at them in the future wanting to tap into that debt capacity, whether it's supporting the continuing care campus project that Bassano has underway. But overall, the county is in great shape to address the needs of the community. County of Newell provides services. This is my typical slide. It's mind-boggling how many things on any given day the county has going on. It's a broad range of services. It's a real challenge to keep all those balls in the air, but I have to take my hat off to my team. They do an excellent job doing that. So we talk about service levels. Some of the service levels we talked about enhancing at the budget planning meeting were keeping a projects assistant full-time, so that you'll see in your salaries, wages, benefits line, added 1 FTE. We had talked about adding an engineering technologist position. One of our strategies for managing the increase to the salaries line is putting that position off until the fall. That gives us time internally to plan for it, build out the job description. So that position is in the budget for 24 at 1/3 of an FTE, and it will come in fully 2025. We had some conversation about a CPO work experience program. After staff investigated that, the determination was made there would be no impact to our full-time equivalents. And that program itself sounds a little more challenging of a program to incorporate into our operations. So we'll keep our eyes out for that. If there's an opportunity to take on a CPO in a work experience program, we'll look at that, but there would be no impact to our budget for that. Other items covered that you'll see in here, Todd had talked about a tree assessment and management plan for parks and urban areas, as well as increasing our level of support for the Shelter Belt program in our partnership with the EID. Interim budget summary there. So we're looking for revenue growth, 4.5%. On the expense side, we've limited the increase to just over 3%. At the end of the day, really, I think a conservative budget for what pressures we're facing. high level, summary items, municipal property tax increase of 3%. That provides another $970,000 to the coffers. Looking at an annual surplus of $18.2 million, that's a headline number. I know a lot of folks, if they look at that number out of context, it can raise some eyebrows. Most of that surplus gets invested into capital. So that's a key point for our ratepayers to take into account. You need a surplus to be able to replace your old bridges, repave your roads, etc. Capital grants, which form a big part of that surplus, we're estimating at $12.3 million. Investments in capital assets, just over 21.4, and a small debt increase of just under $650,000. And that would be linked to the local improvement for the pathway at Lake Newell Resort. Included in operating expenses, we have a cost of living increase for all employees at 3%, a bump in the health spending account of $900. You will notice, and I've pulled a separate report out for your information, transfers to organizations, and you'll see the trend in that has been exponential, which is great for our partners, great for quality of life in the region, but that does represent a large investment that the county is making in our partner organizations, whether you're an ag society, town, village, or the city of Brooks. 10-year capital plan. So I do want to point out for council, what you have in terms of projections over a 10-year period is an incomplete picture. It is the best information we have today, but it is not excellent information. Things that change, inflation. So last year at this time, we did not include a 30% increase in the cost of yellow iron, tractors. That would have been a better assumption to make last year, is that our capital costs are going to go up by 30%. We had 3% built into it. These new numbers have the updated cost of capital moving forward, but there's also going to be items missing in here, some of which we have itemized in RFCs for committee's consideration today, but there's surprises that show up. For instance, desludging Tilley Lagoon, Lake Newell Resort lift station, repairs and maintenance. Those two items are in here, but there could be other surprises. I know Mark and his team have included some funding for evaluating the other lagoons. They might show up as a surprise. We may have work we need to do for those lagoons. But overall, over the next 10 years, you're looking on average at about an $18 million capital investment per year. And a lot of that is just taking care of the things that we already have. Overlays, bridges. At the end of the day, the county really is largely a transportation company. It's about roads and bridges. We gotta get those right. I did want to highlight holidays. Everybody loves a holiday. So on October 19th, 2020, the government of Alberta announced several short-term initiatives that were intended to enhance oil and gas industry competitiveness. Those initiatives focused, surprise, surprise, on municipal property assessment and taxation, and they were intended to serve as an alternative to the more substantial changes to the assessment model that were previously being considered by the province. And those were huge. In one scenario, it would have led to the county taking over an $8 million haircut in terms of our property tax revenues. So the tax holiday was the alternative. It's in place. Since 2020, beginning in 2021, the province axed the well drilling tax. On average, the county had realized over $700,000 annually in well drilling tax revenues, so that has evaporated. And then the 3-year tax holiday began in 2022. So I've got the numbers for you. We do get reports from Municipal Affairs showing how much new assessment is at the door. So in 2022, that new assessment would have translated into just over $200,000 in municipal taxes. Year 2, which is 2023, it would have translated into another $657,000. Next year is the last year of the holiday. I'm guessing the number will be bigger, which is good news because it means assessment increase is coming, more taxpayers coming to the party, but we're going to have to wait till 2025 to realize some of those tax revenue increases. Looking at the big picture, so long-term restricted surplus projection, I would prefer to see more of an increasing trend on these lines. Instead, we're seeing a decrease. It's not all doom and gloom. So numbers that are not built in here, LGFF would be the biggest one. So if we secure another $3 million in capital funding year over year through the LGFF, this picture will look a lot different. But we do need to be mindful. Each year, we're trying to figure out what is the right surplus to be budgeting for, not only to take care of today, but to take care of asset replacement into the future. Taxation. Because we are in such a fortunate position financially, we are able to smooth out these fluctuations that come at us. So we just experienced a massive inflationary increase on the cost of replacing our vehicles, machinery, and equipment, 30%. We are not jacking taxes up by 30% in a given year. We're looking for a modest revenue increase. Incremental, predictable tax increases over time, generally preferred to the shocks in a system. If we look at who pays for what, so we look at our assessment and tax composition, typically you will have seen these charts. The non-residential will have been grouped, so non-res, small business, commercial, industrial, those all fit into our non-residential category. But you can see where the lion's share of the funding comes from and where the lion's share of the assessment is. It's on our non-residential ratepayers. Looking at our trend in assessment. So we bottomed out, 2015 was our peak. You look at farmland and residential assessed values, we've seen some growth over the time period. Farmland, about 10% or $13.8 million in growth. Residential has grown 18.8% or $137.6 million. That growth has not been enough to offset declines in the non-residential assessment, which has dropped by about 10% or $351.6 million since 2015. This is the reason we put effort into developing a non-residential tax incentive bylaw. Our commercial non-residential ratepayers punch above their weight. They pay a higher tax rate. Anything we can do to attract that growth to the county, we should be encouraging. And with that, I will get off my soapbox and leave it open for any questions or comments.
Do we have any questions for Matt? Thank you very much for that presentation. I do learn something every time I hear it. It's only been a couple times since I've heard it, but thanks for that. Any questions for Matt? I'll ask one more time. Any questions for Matt? Neil, yeah, thanks.
Not a question, but I really do appreciate your opening comments and the philosophy behind this budget. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Neil. The idea of incremental increases versus the shock and awe increase is definitely a good thing, and that's a real good strategy as far as I can see. Kelly?
I appreciate your slides aren't numbered, but the one with the 2 circles on it where it compares who's paying for what. I typically print this slide and post it in my office because when ratepayers call, it's an interesting conversation to have available right there at your fingertips. I also, this one's fairly new to me, the next one where you show the assessment and how it's stayed so level year over year, the 10-year history there. That's an informative as well. That's very important for this county. Thanks, Matt.
Lynette?
Just in respect to the cost of living increase for the employees, is that basically what we did last year? Is that about the same?
Yeah, we did 3% last year. When I look at cost of living and consider the recommendation to put forward, I look at a 5-year consumer price index average for Alberta as published by Statistics Canada. On that 5-year average, if we were to have cost of living equal to that, we're looking closer to a 5.8% increase in year. That's a headline. I'm not interested in the headlines. I think 3% is respectable, and you can kind of take some time to see where CPI averages out.
Okay. Dan.
One quick question. In the budget, you had mentioned that there was like an $18 million surplus that, to somebody not knowing the difference, would say that's a ridiculous amount. But in the 10-year capital plan, the total is over 10 years, works out to be $182 million. Is that just coincidence, or are we aiming to have the average set aside every year for our 10-year capital plan being at that 18 million per year?
Yeah, that's coincidence.
All right, thank you. We may as well move on, Matt, if you're okay. So I see Stuart is here, so that's great. So we'll continue on with Lane's presentation from the corporate services.
So corporate services takes in a number of different functions within the organization. We want to start off with emergency services. That's function 23, followed by disaster services, which is function 24. So Stuart's just coming back from an early morning start to the day for an incident that has hopefully addressed some needs that residents have had this morning. Appreciate the fact that he's been able to come in, but we'll go ahead and just jump into the discussion on emergency services.
Perfect. Thank you, Lane. And thank you for having me in this morning. I hope I'm prepared enough here for you for this presentation today. So as you see before you on our expenses side or our operations, you know, we've got a bit of an increase there through contracted services, and you know, building repairs is up there a little bit, and a little bit of that building repairs is actually finishing up a few things at that Patricia Fire Hall that needs to be done, as well as you know, if we keep going down there, we got bunker gear replacement that seems to be hot topic every year right now. We have lots of gear that needs to be replaced. We have prices that keep on increasing and things like that. And then, of course, I'm working with IT right now with that interconnecting the firewalls with our computers that are at the fire halls currently, or will be at our fire halls, back to the main server here at the County of Newell. And that's so that our fire chiefs hopefully can do work a lot more efficiently and send the work back to Ashley and myself so we can process and make it work. So we're just waiting for a few things on that one. On the capital side, I get to hopefully come visit you next Thursday about one of those pumper tenders. That tender is due to close this Friday for the Tilly pumper tender. And then we also have a fire engine in Bow City that needs to be replaced next year. So that makes up that $1.46 million for those 2 fire trucks that we need to order. There's some vehicle extrication equipment that needs to be purchased. And it's again, unfortunately, extrication equipment is not, or fire service equipment isn't cheap, but we're looking at about a $37,000 price tag for that. And then in Rolling Hills, their rapid response vehicle needs a couple of upgrades. Gem Fire did a fantastic job just a couple of years back of upgrading their rapid response vehicle so that they could see better at night. It's always an issue when we have to drive those vehicles over prairie land and it's not very level, has cliffs and different things like that. So the objective here is to put better lighting on the vehicles so that we can see better to do our work, as well as that rapid response in Rolling Hills also works as our vehicle extrication vehicle. So to light up a scene where we have to do a vehicle extrication is ideal as well with that type of truck. So again, we have bunker gear that will need to be ordered, and a big ticket item for radios. We have increase in membership in particular Rolling Hills and Tilly. I've heard of another one again this week in Rolling Hills that might want to be joining the fire department. All our radios are currently out. Some of them are damaged, and we just need to get radios to those fire halls for those new members that are coming in. So that's what that cost is there for those radios. Looking forward, there's a couple things that aren't on here that I should make note of. Our fire master plan that's coming back, or the fire hall needs assessment that's hopefully due to come back near the end of this month, beginning of December, will definitely have some implications, I'm told, in regards to administration duties and things like that. So there could very well be a budget implication to that I will want to bring back to you in the new year. The other thing that I'm currently working on with the fire chiefs and the 3 municipalities is creating a more structure within the fire departments. So currently we have a chief and we have maybe 1 deputy chief, or we have a chief and 2 deputy chiefs. We don't have officers and things like that. When these positions are generated, it's done through a popularity vote rather than a vote of credentials. So I've been working with the fire department chiefs and officers over the last year and a bit on creating a structure where we actually have chief, deputy chief, captain, lieutenant, and then our firefighters and entry-level firefighters below. So we have consensus from the fire chiefs on that. But with that, and we have different positions means more responsibility. More responsibility should equate to more pay. So I'm working on a fair pay structure for that as well, that I would like to bring back to council a little bit later. We don't quite have it 100% finished yet. We're really close, but I'd like to bring that back to you very soon as well. With that, I don't have much more for the year of 2024, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Stuart. Any questions for Stuart this morning? Holly?
Technology. I apologize for my voice this morning. Two questions. One is the transfers to organizations is up greatly, and what is that about? And secondly, last year the fire had an increase of around, request increase around 25%. It didn't use it all, and this year's 28%. And I know that when a crisis happens, we all want resources and we want to be taken care of. But how do we balance out the fires costing a large percentage? How do we balance that out between tax dollars and what actually we could need or cut back on? We just can't continually keep spending this kind of money on one thing. I think I'm wondering how to balance what you see.
Thank you very much for those two questions, Holly, Councillor Johnson. So the transfer to organizations, I do believe, is our transfer that goes across from the 4 municipalities, Brooks, Bassano, Rosemary, and Dutchess. So that would be the general crux of that cost there. And when it comes to trying to find a balance on spending, it's really tough. I try and do my very best to be as prudent as I possibly can and not overspend. Unfortunately, it shows that we do have constant increases. I am constantly trying to find better ways that we can do our service and in a more cost-efficient way. But at the end of the day, I think we're pretty much, I would like to say, bare bones for what we have for equipment, material, personnel within our fire departments. So these increases that come, unfortunately, are just the cost of doing business. We've had, increases in our industry over the last, 4 years now, and I don't see it changing very much. Our fire truck costs are just exponentially going up. Huge. Our fire gear, even though we got budget pricing last year, we came back with, and they gave us an increase to that fire budget that we had last year. And then after we had decided how we were going to try and allocate that and work things, we got another quote after that because we were outside the 30-day quote, and it was even a little higher yet. So it's really hard to find that control to say, hey, what's going on here? As much as I go back to the manufacturer and say, hang on, you just gave us a quote 30 days ago for this. How come we're, $2,000 higher? And I know it wasn't much of an increase, but I was wondering why, so I do ask those questions and try and keep costs down as much as we can. And I think that's the best approach that we can do, is try and be as prudent as we can and look for the best pricing possible. And you may actually see that with this Friday's tender closing. So,
Go ahead, Holly.
Just one further question. You have Bow City down for a fire pumper tender, and it's kind of confusing to me because I know Bow City, the policy, I believe, is that the trucks go down from the more used divisions to the less used ones. I believe that's what our policy says, and I know Bow City hasn't requested a new truck, so I'm curious why they're on the list to get one.
well, Bow City's truck was a truck that came from Scandia, so they had already gotten one lower one. So we had a lot of conversation in meetings with the fire chiefs about shunting vehicles around the county of Newell. I did a study on how many hours were actually being used in the majority of the fire departments. And, other than Bassano, that's really been busy the last couple of years, the engine hours on those engines were really negligible. So for me, for having continuity within the fire departments, the guys actually getting excited that they're getting a new piece of equipment, we all decided that we didn't want to shunt those vehicles around if we didn't have to. And truly, Bow City's already got the bottom line once from getting Scandias to Bow City. So now I think it's fair that Bow City get a new fire engine. I know it says pumper tender on there, but it's actually due for a fire engine in there. So a pumper tender is a little bit of it's got another 2,000 gallons to it roughly, and it's a bigger truck. So.
Okay, Matt. Sorry.
just to circle back around on the question regarding transfers to organizations, this is a line that you will see over time is lumpy. One of the lumps coming through in 24 is capital funding to the City of Brooks, which is quite a bit higher than typical, 458,000 for our share of capital. They're looking at a pumper truck, rescue boat, the safety trailer are some of the items going through there. For information, looking at the year following, we drop about $260,000 for our budget to City of Brooks. So that is pretty lumpy with all the capital items that come through.
Thanks for that clarification, Matt. Ellen?
I got a question. Now, the main fire trucks usually get switched out around 20 years, exactly. So has it ever been thought about to refurbish them or rebuild them instead of buying a brand new one?
Very, very good question, and I did spend a little time this fall spending time on that, just simply because I'd heard that our neighbors to the east, Cyprus, were actually doing that. They were taking a chassis off of a vehicle and putting a new box on the back end, and then making a fire engine out of it. Now, in doing some research on that, when you do something like that, it's very tough to get the ULC rating, which is the main NFPA standard to why we switch out trucks every 20 years. So if we can't get the ULC rating, it's not a true fire pump, and it's not recognized. So to us, it puts our communities in a little bit of a liability into things because we're not carrying that ULC rated pump. So the other aspect to it is when you're putting old onto new and you're trying to retrofit things like electricity, and a lot of stuff is now LED electronics within your trucks to turn the engine and get the pump to run and things like that. With the new chassis, it's easy enough to do something like that. With the older chassis, they don't have that technology in it, so then they have to put more stuff in there. So at the end of the day, your cost value to actually make one of those is getting pretty close to just purchasing a brand new fire engine, and it's not worth that if it can't get the ULC rating after it's all said and done. So that was the research that I went through, found out, because definitely it would be an avenue I would explore if we could do it in a very cost efficient way. But it doesn't seem like it will be a cost efficient way, and it doesn't look like we'll get that UL rating that we need to make it an NFPA approved pump.
Annette?
So I don't know if I quite understand how that works. So the like Cypress County wouldn't have that rating then? So their residents, I don't understand how that works then, if they're doing retrofitting but we can't.
That's a great question. I didn't ask the fire chief to that point. I just knew the fire chief had suggested that they were taking one of their dump trucks and just putting a new box on it and stuff like that. Acres was building it for them. So I knew it to that much. But to me, on logistics end of UL rating and things like that, I don't know where they sit with that. I took from what he told me and did some research through our AB Fire Tech is our people that do our pump rating every year on our fire trucks, and asked them that question on how easy it would be, how cost efficient is it, does it meet the UL rating, and all that kind of stuff. And he actually went to his UL person, asked those same questions to them, and they came back and said it's very difficult to do that. So I don't know what Cypress does, but I know I did my homework to go as far as to, I've heard it from my pump operator who's talked to the UL rating people to say it's difficult for it to actually happen. So.
This topic is one that we have identified as one that requires more research and information brought back to council. We are going to be gathering information on what the implications would be if we adopted the Cypress approach versus maintaining the status quo that we have within the county where apparatus are replaced after 20 years. The one thing that we want to keep in mind is that we need to understand what the implications are when it comes to insurance for homeowners, and the impact that that decision is going to have. And we will be reporting back to council with more information on that.
Matt? Okay. Yeah, I what's that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lane.
I'm just wondering, is it a 9:45 appointment proceeding?
We're experiencing technical difficulties. He's having trouble connecting, so we're going to try to get him in.
Okay, so we can carry on then.
Thanks for that, Lane. And I'm just wondering about Underwriters Laboratories, ULC. I'm just wondering if they are reviewing, because of the technology that's happening right now and the increased costs to municipalities for fire engines and tenders and things like that. Is UIC, are they looking at adjusting their requirements? Because technically with technology, these things should be lasting longer. And is there testing that can be done on a regular basis, every 3 years or 5 years on the pumps and things that maybe can extend that ULC rating? That might be something maybe to check out also with them specifically, because everything is ULC rated, and those need to be reviewed as technology gets better and better.
Duly noted. We'll make sure that that's information that is available when we report back.
Ellen?
Now, I noticed in the capital expenditures, there is a Freightliner. Does that seem right? I got in my notes here a Freightliner, and I was wondering what that is comparing to a tender truck.
Yeah, the Freightliner is actually the brand name of the chassis, is what it would be, right? It's not an actual tanker or tender. It'd be like an international Freightliner. Those are the actual chassis bodies that would go on the fire truck.
Neil?
Yeah, just a question from your comment. You were reclassifying and adjusting pay scales and things like that. What are the pay scales of these volunteer firefighters?
Do you mean currently? What are their pay scales?
Yeah.
Yeah, currently we pay out our firefighters the same rate that the fire chief gets. It's the same rate right across the board, and we're paying them, I think it's $25.50 an hour right now is what the rate is.
Kelly?
I just wanted to ensure that we weren't sending the wrong message. We're giving you maybe a bit of a rough time this morning, Stuart, but we are just trying to balance. I come from a place where our fire department at one time was on the poorer end of things and the money received, and it doesn't go well. I'm not suggesting that we're headed in that direction, but I just want to, it is a balancing act for council. I see that now more than ever. And so just know that we're going to continue to ask the hard questions, and it's not slighted towards the fire department. We need them. We appreciate them. I think I can speak for everybody around the table that they're a valued part of our community, and we just want to do the best for the department.
Thank you for that, and just so council knows, I do try my very best to try and get best pricing on everything that I order, as long as it meets the standard that we want in the County of Newell. I remember back to 2019 when I started ordering light-duty rescue trucks and medium-duty rescue trucks, and I was coming well below my budget line. I was so excited about that, and then 2020, things just started to creep, and it hasn't stopped since. And as much as I ask my suppliers, you know, what's the crystal ball for next year, it seems like it's still out just by that little bit when I'm asking for what are we looking at for budget pricing. So know that I'm trying to do my best, and I've got big shoulders. I can take it when you're beating up on me.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Another unrelated question came to mind at RMA. We don't go through the RMA purchasing for fire trucks, oh, we do? Okay. All right,
The most recent one for Rosemary was ordered through RMA.
okay.
This last go around, I did a little bit of checking to see how much the RMA cost for a pumper tender for Tilly was compared to the costing that I had gotten back from a person that wasn't part of that group. The costing was less than 2%. So that's why I decided to go out for tender on this one. And those people that have the RMA can come back and give me a price, and hopefully it's, you know, still good, but I found the RMA pricing actually to the one manufacturer where we've been getting our pumper tenders from, RMA was just a little bit higher actually than that. So, but I also have a line on another one that I won't speak to yet, but we'll probably bring it next week.
Okay, anything else for Stuart? Yeah, Dan?
Your bunker gear, the budget, does that include for the leather boots for all the firefighters? Okay, that's really good to hear. And just to put the last nail in the coffin on that whole topic of repairing or whatever, extending the life, commercial aircraft has to get inspected every year. And after so many hours of use, it has to get rebuilt. And there's airplanes that are still flying around from the 1940s and older, and they're still perfectly fine. So if an airplane can be maintained to stay flying in the air, I'm sure a pump that doesn't pump very often can be maintained to keep it pumping water on the ground. So I think that's where we're all coming from. Like, there's got to be a way to rebuild this. And I know you're going to bring that back with what it would cost to rebuild and recertify. But I don't think our battle is with you. I think our battle is with whoever's telling us that we have to do it that way. And whoever's setting that emotion, that's where the fight has to come, because everybody knows that a 20-year-old piece of equipment that's been used for 1,000 hours is still a perfectly fine piece of equipment. That's where we're coming from. It's definitely not against you. It's against whoever's telling us that that's what we have to do.
For sure, thank you for that. And the one thing I forgot to add about this slide, especially when it comes to radios, this fall I've been working with finance quite a bit with three major things within our operational costs: fire gear, radios, and SCBA. All three of those are very, very expensive. And not as much as a fire truck, but when you have to order them in a big bulk, it gets pretty close to the cost of a fire truck. So I've been working with finance on trying to create into that capital reserve money that would go into that capital reserve with those three line items, so that it makes our replacement a little bit easier as we go through, a 15-year replacement on SCBA, 10-year replacement on gear, 10-year replacement on our radios and things like that. So hopefully that will help lessen that budget line as we move forward as well.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Lane?
The other function that Stuart can speak to as well is disaster and emergency services. That's function 24. This is required to respond to the legislated obligations that are outlined in the Emergency Management Act. It has to do with our long-term planning for disaster services and major disaster events. Pretty much it's business as usual in that function. One of the things that we are working on with our urban partners, Rosemary, Duchess, and Bassano, is the completion of a regional emergency response plan. We are actually involved in a process right now where Bassano had applied for, received funding for a regional collaboration grant to fund the preparation of that plan, and that is proceeding. So work is going to be moving ahead on the preparation of that regional emergency management plan in 2024. I don't know if there's specific questions that you have. Other things that are noted on the slides here is that it also includes transfers to organization STARS for services that are provided there. I don't know, Stuart, is there anything else that we need to touch on under disaster emergency services?
Lynette, you had a question?
Yeah, I guess this might be backing up just a smidge, but where it lists fire protection monies that go to this different areas, do we have the information that would say what percentage of that budget is coming from the county?
Yeah, it's in the agreements with each municipality. For the city of Brooks, we run on a 5-year rolling average of call volumes. So it's been around 31% call volumes going to the county. For our other urbans, the villages and the town of Bassano, the county funds 100% of the fire apparatus, so the capital, and 90% of the operating costs.
Any more questions on, with respect to the disaster and emergency services? No? Okay. Carry on, Lane. Oh, Matt? We're good. Oh, we're good to go? Okay. Okay.
Just audio.
Just audio? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Well, we've got the delegation with us today from CIBC Capital, and yeah, if we could, if they're on the audio, that's great. Are they ready? No. Okay. technical difficulties with our folks from CIBC. So we'll continue on with Lane with the presentation.
Okay, next function that we're wanting to jump into is corporate safety. So that's function 24. Oh, sorry, function 14. So corporate safety is one of our smaller departments, certainly not a real high-profile department, but one that's very critical to our operation. We just had the opportunity of completing our annual or our external audit, and I think some members of council had the privilege of participating in that audit process. We actually had the results of that just announced a couple days ago and came in at 91%, so did very well on our external audit, and appreciate the support that each member of council that participated in that provided. The fact that administration and staff members that also participated did quite well, but it's all, for the most part, due to the preparation and assistance that corporate safety has provided, making sure that we were prepared for that experience. So the budget itself is pretty much business as usual. If there's specific questions that you do have with regards to that, we can address those at this time. Don't know if there's any questions that you do have.
Any questions from council for corporate safety? Helen?
How many employees do we have? Was it 1.5 or 2?
Well, the way it's worked out, we've got 3 officers, and then there's been a half-time administrative support position for that. Now, keep in mind that that department, that team, provides support for the city of Brooks as well. It is not just the county that they're providing support for. This is an arrangement that we have with the city whereby the city funds half of the cost for that team.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll move forward.
Another area is function 11, the legislative function. This pertains to council and costs that are involved in maintaining council in your position. Again, it's pretty much business as usual. There is some software updates that are going to be required to make sure that you've got access to the tools that you're needing. But I don't know if there's questions that you do have or comments that you wanted to provide on this particular function.
Matt?
Just wanted to point out for council, I have included an allotment there for a strategic plan update. Test council's appetite for getting back in the conference room with Dr. McIntosh, March, April next year. So that's a new addition to this line. Typically we'd go every 4th year, but I think a midterm checkup would not hurt. We've got 2 years left in the term, and if there's strategic items that we'd like to get set in stone so we can really focus on those the next 2 years, it could be valuable to have Dr. McIntosh come here. We wouldn't look at going off-site, but here at the county.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I do agree with that. That is because most of us are new to council. We've got 2 years under our belt. We've learned a lot, and an update to that strategy is I think would be a welcome thing. So, any other questions for Lane on that side, on the legislative side or corporate? Okay, go ahead, Lane.
Next function is function 12. So this is administration. It captures quite a number of areas. Couple of things to highlight here. We are looking at one additional full-time equivalent for a projects assistant. Several of the other things to note in the overview today pertain to the IT function. And I think that Roberta is going to be able to touch on those when she comes forward with her presentation on the IT function. Any questions with regards to the administration function?
No, I see none, Lane.
Next one would be the FCSS functions. That's function 51. Now, this is the arrangement that we have in place with the other municipalities. The City of Brooks manages the partnership agreement. Expenses incurred under this area flow through directly to the Family Community Support Services organization. There is a separate board that deals with that service, oversees the budget for the FCSS function.
Kelly?
So have we been giving inflationary increases in the past? I don't recall that conversation. I do remember a few years ago when we upsized, like our agreement with the province is 20% municipality and 80% province, but we did upsize that grant to grasslands. Have we been giving inflationary since? Because I don't recall that conversation.
Good question.
This may relate to last year, we all received an increase, and FCSS did not request the county or any partners to match that increase because funding was sufficient. So it may be related to that, whether or not they're going to ask that increase now.
And then a follow-up to that is, can you enlighten us what that upsize is to grasslands over and above the 20%? So about 9 years ago, we gave an increase.
We'll circle back around and get that information for you. I do recall Lynn reviewed that with us during her presentation, so we can probably just resurrect some of that pretty quick.
Because I recall that the city and the county gave an increase and the other munis did not. So I'd just like to know what that increased value is. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Any other questions in that regard? No. Okay, Lane, keep on rolling with your community services.
Okay, community services includes our minibus service. The one thing that we're proposing there is another minor increase in the round trip fee for that service. Also includes contributions to other organizations for services that are provided there as well. Not much in the way of change for the community services budget.
Okay, any questions on community services? Dan?
You say a minor increase, $2 isn't a whole lot, but percentage-wise, 2 is pretty big percentage update or upgrade.
True enough. I'm not wanting to downplay the significance of a cost increase overall. We do recognize that we've got to maintain a balance, and if you overprice the service, then your usage is going to drop. Fairly fine balancing act that we have to maintain there. We're wanting to do whatever we can to increase ridership and make sure that the service is affordable and meeting the needs that residents have that allows them to remain in their home and still have access to services that they require.
Okay, seeing no more questions on that, carry on. Oh, one question from Holly. Yeah.
I recall this went up from 16 to 18 last year. Is that not quite close to increase it again? Are you basing on an inflation, or what was your thinking?
Good question. We're recognizing the fact that there is a fairly significant subsidy that's required to maintain the service. And it's just a question of how much that subsidy needs to be borne by ratepayers and how much we should try to recover from the users of the service. I think that we're certainly providing a service that the private sector isn't prepared to provide at that cost. Even at $20 for a round trip, it couldn't. The private sector just would not provide that service.
Just to follow up with that, Matt, was there much pushback last time with the $2 increase from the ridership, or was it expected? And I'm assuming that you're probably feeling no pushback again from people.
We didn't receive a lot last time. We would never encourage pushback, but it's possible that there's going to be a point where once you cross over a tipping point, then it's going to be something that you should anticipate. Maybe once it's clear to the users that this is going to be another fee increase for 2024, you might start receiving some feedback.
Okay, Kelly?
And some history there. We've increased it $10 over 10 years. So when I started here, it was $10 to ride the bus from anywhere in the county. And so seniors that I've spoke to from my end, they know the cost of fuel and expenses have gone up. So I think a gradual increase closer to user pay is not a bad thing. But are you still investigating possibly a different type of service?
We're always looking at what we could do to increase visibility for the program and increase ridership. What our options are in that, it's been difficult to really expand it. Always open to any ideas or suggestions that anyone has that would help us out in that area.
So at RMA, they went to a coin system where you pick up a coin from the RMA office and you pay for your cab with this coin. That's maybe an option. The cab comes, picks you up, and then it's billed back to the RMA eventually. So just a thought.
Amanda?
That's all fine and dandy to have a coin system, but who's helping our seniors get on and off the bus, and what about their mobility devices?
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. We'll carry on.
Economic development is function 64. Now, this is the program that we are a partner to or with the City of Brooks on. Certainly it's information that is reviewed at the Joint Services Committee level. I don't know if there's questions that members of council have. Matt is the one that's attending those meetings on behalf of administration. Members of council are involved in that joint committee as well. We can have a conversation if there is some specific questions that we need to raise at this point.
Any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Is this just the partnership with Brooks, or does this include PEP, or is PEP separate?
Matt?
Yeah, so this includes PEP, is included under economic development. This is the draft budget. So if there are items in there that Committee of the Whole sees that they'd like Joint Services Committee members to address when this is back on the agenda for approval, now would be the time to get those comments in.
Lynette?
So the membership fees, that $10,000, that's the fee to PEP, or am I looking at the wrong line? Like, what does it actually cost to be part of it?
It costs the county half of the $9,800. The city of Brooks pays half of that.
Go ahead, Kelly.
One thing about this joint services budget that is missing is we do have some cost overrun for from the previous year, and that's not reflected in this budget. So there is a new budget coming out for our next meeting, just so you know.
So that's one item that we'll note for review during the next discussion on budget with council.
Holly?
This business beautification loan grants program is new to me. Does that involve the county businesses, or is that urban?
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, that's all inclusive. So you can get it whether you're Village of Rosemary, Town of Bassano, wherever your business is. This is all about making your storefront pretty. You can get Entrecore, Community Futures Entrecore is also involved in this. Part of it's through a grant that the business owner has access to, and part of it's through a no-interest loan that they have to pay back. So a good option if you're looking to spruce up the place.
Thanks, Matt. Any other questions on economic development? Okay, seeing none, we'll carry on to joint services, or is that we already did joint services? Yeah, so we'll carry on to the recreation then.
So recreation is function 71. A couple of things to note in this one. We have included a $20,000 budget item for the completion of energy audits. Now, the county participates in an energy aggregation program that RMA oversees. There's a group, it's called the 8760 group, that manages that on behalf of RMA. They have reached out to member municipalities and are offering a service that would assist organizations and municipalities that may want to move ahead with the completion of audits for the energy that is used within facilities. We haven't identified specific recreation facilities that this would apply to. At this point, we've just included an amount that we suggest might be made available for groups that have an interest in completing an audit on their facility. We can have a conversation about that as to whether or not it's something that we would want to go ahead with. But the objective here is to make that option available for organizations that have concerns with energy consumption in their buildings. Another thing that has been included in the recreation function is information about the Rec Connect project. Again, the county applied for and received funding through the RMA, a $10,000 grant to launch a rural economic development initiative under a micro-grant program. So we have included the revenue on that, but along with that is going to be expenses that we anticipate in order for that project to be implemented fully for the benefit of the community organizations that operate facilities throughout the county. So those are the two items of interest for discussion with council under the recreation function. The rest of it is all transfers to the recreation boards, pretty much business as usual. One thing that we also need to note here, the Rolling Hills Ag Society had requested, and council had previously considered, a request to increase the allocation for the Division 1 Recreation Fund. It is currently at $92,000, and they were wanting to jump it up to $120,000. So that's a discussion that we need to have with council and have council provide us direction on that particular item. That increase has not been included in the budget that you have before you today.
Okay, any questions on that, on the recreation side of things? Yes, Holly?
I'll just start with the energy audit. How useful was it the last time that this happened? I forget how many years ago it was, but did communities find it helpful?
This is actually the first time that we would have gone through this. I don't recall us being involved in the completion of energy audits previous to this. So I know that the city of Brooks, they actually participated in a program that funded a full-time position for, I think it was an 18-month or a 2-year period. It was an energy efficiency analyst that came in, analyzed all their programs, all of their facilities. The response from the city of Brooks was that it was very successful in identifying opportunities to save on energy costs. We haven't done anything along that line at this point.
So Lane, those energy audit, is that just for the county itself or hamlets, or is it with respect to everyone in our area?
The amount that we've included, $20,000, would only look at a couple of facilities. Yeah, if we're looking at undertaking audits on most recreation facilities, your budget would have to jump significantly for that.
Okay, any other questions, Neil?
Yeah, I think on the annual recreation funding allocation increase, we should be really careful with just granting one before we go through the whole recreation funding programs, because if we do one, we got 10 more to do right after. And that's a sizable increase. That's 25%.
Just responding to that, yes, it is a significant increase. The one thing that we want to point out, and should be part of the discussion that takes place with council, what we have been doing in the past is providing an increase, holding the line for 4 or 5 years, and then another jump is required to catch up. And we think it would be appropriate to take a look at applying automatic inflationary increases so that you don't have to do that increase, jump, hold the line, jump it again. It just would stabilize it for the county and for each of the groups that are operating facilities.
Holly?
Has it ever been considered to fund by type of service, like so much per hall or so much per arena, to make it perhaps more even? It's really hard to judge when one place asks for 25% more. Well, why isn't this one asking for more? And we being like, I just find really difficult to make a fair decision without having all the information in front of me.
Lynette, or do you have a reply to that, Elaine?
That's been part of what we've been wrestling with for years. There is no consistency between divisions. Each community has a different level of service that they're providing, different facilities that are in place. And it would make sense to have a conversation about putting in place one funding model that would increase the level of consistency between the amounts that organizations receive for the facilities that they have responsibility for. We're not there yet, and that would be an excellent project to try and move forward with.
Okay, Lynette?
My question was just what kind of percentages have we been increasing? Like when you do your jump, what percentage has that been in the past?
I could go back and provide some historical context for decisions that have been made in the past. I haven't got that information available right now.
Okay, Matt?
Lane has it in the RFC here. So for Rolling Hills specifically, the last jump occurred in 2018 when you went from 72,000 up to the 90 and change. So it was a 27.5% increase then.
Okay. What we do not have is the same information for each of the other divisions.
Neil?
Yeah, we were given a rec division, a rec area map from Matt, which doesn't match up anywhere near our 10 divisions. Some areas, rec areas, have 3 halls in them, some have 2, some have 1. I agree totally with Holly to make this thing fair. If you've got, nothing really matches here. And these are really, really, really expensive. You all know where I'm coming from. I think we should have one big hall and everybody get along. But I'm not going to insist on that. But it is really tough to make a fair decision with the boundaries that we have right now. They don't even follow our rec boundaries.
Adina?
Just a comment, because this is the first time I've used my mic this morning. It is hard to make to see how things can be fair, because, when was the last time the hamlet of Patricia came to us for any kind of rec money? And I know, like with Tilly, we became a hamlet in 2013, but before that, the village was the one that got the ball rolling on a lot of our services. So, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we didn't come to the county for as much money as we do now. So it's really hard to say what would be fair, because not everybody is coming to the table with the same kind of requests.
Lane?
One thing to recall, and I'll review some history on this. Prior to 2017, we actually had a separate mill rate in place by division for recreation. And that mill rate generated 50% of the funding that division required for recreation purposes. The other 50% was carried by the general municipal mill rate. In 2017, we did away with the individual divisional mill rates for recreation purposes, and recreation became funded through the general municipal mill rate from that point on. So prior to 2017, there was some level of correlation between the amount of recreation funding by division and what was generated from the property owners within those divisions. That's no longer the case, and I think it points out the need even more so for us to have a conversation about how much is a reasonable amount for each division to receive, recognizing that there's still going to be a significant difference in the level of services being provided and the type of recreation facilities that are available in each of those divisions. It's going to be a complicated conversation.
Kelly?
And just to add to that information, so there was a rec board in every division, and those folks were tasked with setting or recommending to council what the mill rate would be at. So it was that decision was at the local level. And over the last 5 years, I think maybe we should revisit that idea, because that shifts the responsibility or the onus back to those decision makers in those hamlets, and they would then be responsible to their neighbors for the money that we're collecting for those facilities, whether it's 1 mill or 6 mills. 6 mills in Rolling Hills, 1 mill in Scandia. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's maybe something that we want to revisit. It was a lot easier back in the day.
Dan?
That's exactly how Rolling Hills came up with the suggested increase. The rec board got together, decided how much was needed to keep our keep ourselves afloat. And the community members decided on what the new amount should be, and they put that forward as a proposal. So that hasn't gone away. That's still exactly how we do it.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, so this is recreation. You've got some ideal situations that we'd like organizations to move towards. So we'd like everybody to move to the Patricia model, where you have a big fundraiser and that sets you up for success in the year. Not everywhere can run a Patricia rodeo. I think what's interesting about recreation is you have several organizations that you have to meet where they're at today. And I think if we want to have a conversation about strategy to get those organizations where we want them to be, so if it means less tax support, or maybe it's more tax support, because this is a conversation about quality of life, which is what makes our hamlets livable. If you end or reduce support for some of these communities that don't have the same commercial base to go to for sponsorships, don't have the same level of expertise when it comes to initiating a fundraising event. Every community is different. I think the key for council is what quality of life investments are we going to make throughout the region. They shouldn't all be centralized in one spot. We want accessibility, I think. But it is a large conversation. So currently we've got Rolling Hills Ag Society that we need to have a conversation with. I'd like to see agreements in place with the likes of the ag societies that we've been providing the annual funding to. We've got open conversations with the Village of Rosemary, Village of Dutchess, and City of Brooks rec agreement expires at the end of next year. So recreation will be a conversation. We're going to be knee deep in recreation. I would lean towards the flat dollar amount per facility type. I think it's easier to manage to get to the initial dollar amount that you're comfortable with, whether it's for a community hall, an outdoor pool, a skating rink. That will take some effort to boil down to that number. But I think the fact is, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at recreation, you can always throw more, and folks will find ways to use that money. The question is, are we getting value for money for the dollars that are being allocated? Do we have empty curling clubs for 360 days of the year that are only used for a bonspiel? Maybe it's time to redirect the investment to a higher value activity. But I guess the matter at hand is Rolling Hills' request, and we're really looking for committee of the whole to make an indication one way or another. Would you like to see that bump in the interim budget that is presented November, December, or do we need more information from the Ag Society? Do you want to see administration work on a draft agreement with the Ag Society, or just hold the line for 2024 while we work out all the conversations with our partners, the villages, the city?
Thanks, Matt. Dan?
If we're moving on to the Rolling Hills one in particular, that was discussed at our rec board meeting, the potential for that kind of a funding. But I didn't have enough information to give them. There was some interest in it, and some potential agreement. But of course, what does it look like? I think everyone would be in favor of something that's simpler and more fair. So I think if we had to go that direction, come up with a plan to present, then that might be a good way to do it. And I like the idea of it. Rather than coming every 4 years for a giant increase, it just automatically takes care of itself based on your last 5 years of records. I think that's a great way to do it. But I know if we say, no, you're not getting any money, then there's going to be some problems in Rolling Hills. We're going to run out of money way before the year's out. So the Rolling Hills definitely needs to have their funds jumped up for now, but there is an openness to look at a new model. So I personally think that's what we should do. Give Division 1 the money they need for now, and work on a new program in the very near future.
Neil?
I really like the way that they used to do it that Kelly described, because if Division 1 wants $100,000, fine, but it goes in your tax bill, not Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up. Like that makes a lot of sense, and it does put the onus right back on the community, and it doesn't make us a bunch of cheapskates. Nobody wants to, like, recreation is important. It's really important, but we can't just, I know Rolling Hills needs money, needs things done out there, but if they get it, so does Hawley's district, so does Adina's. No, if we have to give it, but I would rather wait and rethink the whole thing over again. And I really liked, why did they ever change it from the way they used to do it? That's a question for Kelly.
Okay, Kelly?
So I think there was an appetite to try something new. We also needed to increase our capital, recreation capital. So this was a way where we could gather it all together, put a percentage to recreation operating and a percentage to capital. That was the plan. Ellen?
Exactly. And it was also our aging infrastructure, and it was typically to raise more money for the capital end of it.
Kelly?
And just further to your point, Neil, I think good conversation here today, but I do think we need more information. I would like to see financials, and that would come with the decision-making process, I would think. It does wake up the community if we're going to base a new, or just grant a new base rate with no backup. I don't have any backup here today. So if we're calling it a grant, where's the backup?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, and we do have their financials. We can easily attach those. With respect to the individual recreation rates, one of the reasons the county moved away from that was for equity. So I'm not sure about you, but I think most families drive all over the region and do not limit their recreation to the rec area that they're in. So you had some areas who had a relatively high recreation rate and some areas that were quite low in comparison. So moving to the half mil, just half mil across the board, everybody, regardless of where you live, is contributing the same amount to recreation services in the county, regardless of whether you're driving to Rolling Hills because you have kids in minor hockey or you spend most of your time in the city. Everybody's paying the same rate. You can contemplate moving back to that. As it stands, each community still has an opportunity to fund improvements either through a local improvement plan, which we're seeing like Newell Resort has taken advantage of that mechanism to get a pathway to their community. And we can, as a one-off, implement a special tax in any given year for recreation. So if there was, a project that a community wanted to accomplish, we still have that opportunity to implement a special tax. I would hesitate to recommend that you go back to individual mill rates for each area in the county. I would encourage us to think about bigger picture. Rec areas are arbitrary constructs. They don't mean a lot. They just divvy up the governance pie and bring some people to the table. When we look at recreation, we should be looking county as a whole. And do we have the right recreational assets spread throughout so all of our residents have a good shot at quality of life?
Holly?
Just some clarification from you, Matt. So if we gave Rolling Hills the increase, that doesn't affect the budget because the rec rate is set. It just means less goes into the capital budget, right? And what is that balance of how much of what we take in goes to the capital budget and how much is spent in being given out every year?
Yeah, so ballpark, that $500,000 raises about $2 million in municipal tax. Subtract your operating from that, and our balance this year that we've got slated going to the rec fund, if you just bear with me. $498,000 is slated to go into the rec fund for 2024. So you'd subtract, your $30,000 off that, so $460,000.
Dan?
Another way of looking at this is we've considered Rolling Hills one of our growth hamlets. And if you want places to grow and you want people to move there and you want things to build, one of the major things that everybody looks at when they're looking at a place is what is there to do there? And that's recreation. So Rolling Hills is a growth hamlet, and we're potentially saying, no, we're going to deteriorate our recreation. Because if the funding doesn't come in, then something has to go away. And then if something goes away, that's a loss of recreation. That's not much of a way to run a growth hamlet to me. And if you don't think Rolling Hills needs the money, the financials have been provided. They are there. Look at them, and you can see that Rolling Hills does need the extra money. And does Rolling Hills do anything for themselves? Yeah, they do a whole lot. We do a very large amount of stuff for ourselves. We have multiple fundraisers, enormous volunteer efforts go into this. So there's a lot that Rolling Hills does, and the financials are there to prove that we need the money. And if, like I said, you're going to say no to it, then we might as well turn Rolling Hills into a shrink hamlet instead of a growth hamlet.
Okay. Lane?
Maybe just one additional comment pertaining to the practice that was changed in 2017 when we did away with divisional recreation mill rates. At the same time, we also did away with divisional emergency service mill rates as well. And that decision was made for basically the same reason. We wanted to make sure that the cost for fire services was shared equally across the county, and that there was an opportunity for emergency services to also be equalized when it came to the type of service that was being provided. So it wasn't just a decision that was made that it impacted recreation only when we did away with the divisional mill rates for recreation at that time.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelly.
And just so you know, there are drawbacks to that other system, and I didn't speak to them, but there's definite drawbacks to that. So I would take administration's recommendation over mine for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. Any other comments with respect to recreation? Go ahead, Lane.
I'm wondering, Matt, do we need to have a conversation about the old rodeo grounds and the Brooks proposal?
Yes, we do. So committee, you will find in your agenda package a request for clarification on this item, old rodeo grounds and skateboard park redevelopment. And I know this project is kind of morphing and growing into something different than what was proposed initially in this 10-year capital plan update. We have looked at the 10-year capital plan twice before, once as Brooks P committee members and once as council. We have not rolled anything into the budget to cover these two projects. We do need to make a determination what level of funding, if any, should be included. At the end of the day, what we're looking for is an updated Schedule A in our recreation agreement with the City of Brooks. That schedule itemizes the capital projects that council will support under the rec agreement at the 20% cost share, and it provides an upper limit. So you might approve the skateboard park up to the upper limit, and if the city goes over budget, well, that's for them to manage. Maybe that means they come back and look to the county to cost share that, but they would need to initiate that conversation. It's not just we automatically pay 20% of where the bill ends up. We pay 20% of what we've agreed to in this Schedule A. So it's important to consider these projects. Old rodeo grounds, they're looking at a football field, some soccer pitches there. For some additional context, I had reached out to Grasslands to see what's the county student population in city schools, and we're right around 15% county students that are at Grasslands schools. So we're not too far off that 20% mark. With respect to the football field, I think one item to be thoughtful about is what type of football field goes in there. So there has been some conversation about putting in AstroTurf, which if council wants to support the cost for putting in AstroTurf, just realize that initial decision will likely put you on the hook for replacing the AstroTurf at year 10 when it's expected it needs to be replaced. I'm not sure if the level of information you have to date is sufficient for you to make the decision, or if you would like to have a separate meeting with the city is something that could be contemplated. But we do need to make some movement on these two projects.
Neil?
Yeah, the information I got from actually a few of the councillors, the Catholic school will not be funding the football field. Grasslands probably won't be funding the football field. They suggest that we just sit tight on this and let it shake itself out, because there's no real plan for the rodeo grounds. It might be a soccer pitch, it might be something a lot cheaper, and there's no consensus on city council about the AstroTurf. Actually, if they voted today, it wouldn't be there. So I don't know that we can make a decision on this, because there's, other than having a meeting and hashing it out with them, but there's a long ways from a go, the whole project. So that's what I think we should do with it. Just forget it till there's something to work with.
Holly?
Just clarification, I thought it was more important they had a track. That was the big issue than the football field. Is the football field the primary? Because if they're going to lose their track as well, right? It's the only track the city has. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. There's a need for the football field. There is a need for a track. There's a need for extra soccer pitches. So all these things are a need. That have been indicated by the city of Brooks that these things are needed. If and when this new school goes in, we'll lose the track, or they'll lose the track and they'll lose the football field. And myself, I do think that those things are important. They're important for the schools, and they're important for the community as a whole, and our community also. It's what level do we want to support those required or needed facilities? And I mean, the track and the football field need to be figured out one way or the other, where they're going to go. It's just, where are they going to go, and what kind of cost are we willing to pay for that? So it's unfortunate that we've got this on our plate because of the new school being built. But I mean, it is something that's there. So, Edina?
I just wonder if the city isn't maybe jumping the gun a little bit, because this is Grassland's decision, or the school's decision to build a new school. When I went to the comp, our football team played football at the comp. We didn't have lights, but we had a football field. You know, is the city just getting all excited about, we have this area we need to develop, let's do this? Has anybody even looked at the fact that there's that big field beside the Brooks Composite High School? Is there room for a track? Is there room for an appropriate football field? Could that then be, if it's not, soccer pitches? Like, I just feel like the city's decided they're gonna build this, and nobody's really talked to the school about what's going on. They have some land. What would they like to do with it?
I'll speak to that also. There is quite a bit of pressure on the city from the football community, plus the soccer community, to increase the number of facilities for especially for the soccer, but to have a valid football field. Is the football field at the comp sufficient? I don't know that. I don't know if it's been looked at. I don't have that information. And is it big enough to put a track in? So a track is needed by the schools. I mean, even Alcoma School has a track. So yeah, it is important for all the schools, and I do feel that it's important for all the schools to be involved with that, not just Grasslands. The Catholic Division has been pretty vocal about that. So, and we have a couple of different school divisions in the area. So those are conversations that need to be had. As far as is the old rodeo grounds, is it because it's there? I think there's some to that it's available space. Let's put it out there. Go ahead, Edina.
So here's my next question. So they're going to build this new school, and in the area where the football field and the track are, when they tear down the old school, what's going to go there? Is there room for a track there? Has anybody examined that or explored that idea? Or is they just want to make it parking lot?
Yeah, I can speak to that too. So with the new school, there would not be room enough for a football field and a track at the over the space where the old school is. There will be a lot of green space, and there'll be a lot of areas for play and for school activities. But to have a full-size soccer field and track, we've been told that there isn't enough room there. So Matt, what's our direction? Where do we go now?
Yeah, so taking into account that the 10-year capital plan that the city sent over in December last year is dealing with the lower end of a budget estimate, so we're not talking AstroTurf in these numbers. Would Committee of the Whole recommend administration add our 20% for those two projects to the 2024 interim budget and work with the city to update our Schedule A? Or alternatively, we put nothing in to the budget and I'll communicate with my counterpart that we need to have separate meetings on both of these projects.
Neil?
Yeah, I like option number 2, because we do have to have those meetings. We have to sit down with town council. You got to hear what they're saying. They'd answer a lot of your questions, Adina. They're not any more settled on this than we are. So why should we throw in a budget line when we don't even know what's coming? And it could change. They might not even rip down the school. Who knows what's coming? So yeah, before we commit to a budget line and actual dollars, 20% increases, I'd rather have the meetings and be really confident that we know what we're doing with that money.
And regarding the skateboard park, I would like to see some usage statistics. I mean, it says here in the agreement that the city and the county agree that utilization of services should be the basis for determining the share of net cost funded by each party. So I certainly would like to see some usage statistics, because I think students that go on the bus, I mean, our students from the county, they get on the bus after school and they go back to their homes in the county. So I would think that there's no way there's 20% of our residents are using that skateboard park.
Kelly?
I'm just wondering if we wouldn't be smart to, because we're on the hook for 20%, according to our agreement, why would it not be prudent of us to budget that 20% not on the new project? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay, I'm just thinking bigger picture, because it's, you know, we've got a year ahead. They've been talking about this for a year at Joint Services already, so it's not new to us. What is unknown is some of the costs and where we want to buy in. Would it not be smart of us to budget something for next year towards this project? I'll just pose that question. We are on the hook for, at some point, 20%, according to our rec agreement.
Holly?
Our current ICFs don't take into account what the county offers the city. So, you know, what's the pathway, the rinks out in our communities, that's not considered in the ICFs, and that's something that has to be adjusted. So, and these are new projects. If we don't, they didn't agree to fund extra into the pathway. I mean, it's not, you know, it's a discussion, I think. It's not a guarantee. At least I don't see it that way.
We'll go with Matt and then Lynette.
Yeah, just on that item. So the county is on the hook for 20% of the capital projects, which we have agreed to. So back to that Schedule A, that's the anchor. If the project has not been agreed to in Schedule A, no funding. Currently, the old rodeo grounds and the skateboard park redevelopment cannot be found on Schedule A. Part of our agreement recognized the city in the middle of the term was going to be updating their 10-year capital plan, and our council would consider any new projects for addition to Schedule A. And I cannot remember the wording precisely, but there is something in there about not unreasonably denying projects. So if there is a project that you can boil down to benefiting county ratepayers, county needs to show up with some kind of support. How detailed you want to have the conversations, I'm happy to take direction from committee in terms of setting up meetings with the city. If it needs to be full council to full council, I think that might be valuable. It probably is valuable to hear from their engineer where the project is at for the old rodeo grounds. I think the skateboard park and the bike track is an easier project, but the scope of that old rodeo grounds, I think county council needs to be very clear with the city what level of service you are willing to support out of that football field. AstroTurf being the big ticket item.
Lynette.
Well, Matt addressed some of the things that I was thinking about, but I do agree with Kelly that we need to be prepared with some budget knowing that this is coming. So how that needs to shake out is kind of Matt's department, but I do think we need to be ready.
Matt?
Yeah, and that's where I'd lean. I'd recommend we put in the 20% based on the 10-year capital plan we had received in December. So there's support for the projects. And as we get into updating Schedule A, and the city sees that you're committing 20% to a lower number than where their current is at, that's likely to spark a conversation. And we can hammer things out at that point as we try to agree on the updates to Schedule A.
Neil?
Yeah, I like that. And I think if it was reversed, city would do exactly the same thing. Like, we can't be on the hook for a whole bunch of money with the lack of information that we have right now. So however you just described it is excellent.
Yeah, I agree, Neil. It being on the 10-year capital plan or not being on the 10-year capital plan, that's what we base our percentage on. So if we go with the 20%, we're not really out of whack on that. It'll just take a special decision when we have all the information. Right now, we're budgeting based on hearsay, whatever's going on.
I too would like some additional information on the skateboard park because they are putting it in the existing spot. That is a high water table, so I'd really like to see some engineering background there. And at the cost, back in 15 years ago, which that park is now, it was $500,000, and now it is 1.5. So I definitely need to see if they're putting it back in the same location. I'd like to see some engineering reports.
Yeah, good point. It is a substantially more facility from what I see from the drawings and things. But yeah, I think that's really important, that engineering. And yeah, I do have the trust that will be done. But I mean, when we're putting our own money towards that, or county money towards that, yeah, the checks and balances must be complete. Neil?
I'm channeling for Arno. I think there's some upside to everyone getting in a room together and coming out eventually with a plan. That's from Arno.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Holly?
I'm not opposed to putting money towards things. I just feel it's so out there. We have no idea really when the numbers they've given you, Matt. What does it actually include? What are we looking at? I don't feel much of a sense of what this is because it just changes all the time, and that's the struggle. It's kind of like asking for money before we know what it actually is, and that's my struggle.
Dan?
I'll echo what Arno said. I think there's a good value of all of us getting into a room together and trying to figure out what this might be and what it should look like.
Do we need direction then? So yeah, as far as committee of the whole, we're going to need to give direction to staff on how to proceed. Does someone want to make a motion? Or we don't make motions in this?
You can make a motion in this meeting. The options that we've put down for you, you direct us to take it back to council. So options that we've got in front of you here is that committee of the whole directs administration to include funding for the redevelopment of the old rodeo grounds and skateboard park in the 2024 interim budget that will be referred to council for approval, or you direct us to not include those.
Holly? Sorry, Holly, Adina? Well, you don't have your name tag pushed my way.
I know, and you're also used to Holly being the first one up. But so I think our direction should be that we will go with the Schedule A, the 20%, but these new capital projects, as Arno was saying, we need to get into a room with the city. So go ahead with what's already been on the plan, but this new stuff we need to talk about. Yeah, option 2.
Okay, option 2 is on the table. Can I get all in favor on that or not? a vote on that? Okay, that's carried. You can tell I'm new at this. Adina.
So since we're in the motion of giving direction, did we come to a decision on what we're going to do about Division 1? Because I feel like we kind of left that one hanging.
Adina?
So I'd like to give some direction on that as well. I feel like the rec board in Division 1's put a lot of thought into this, and I'd like to see us go ahead with what they have requested, with the thought in mind that we are going to look at a plan for what we can do for all rec boards in the future.
Okay, thanks, Adina. Any other comments on that? Okay, so we have that on the table. Is it? Do we direct it to next council then, or?
Yeah, so the option here would be that Committee of the Whole direct administration to include the Division 1 recreation funding increase submitted by the Rolling Hills Ag Society. And that will come to council for approval at either your November 23rd or December 6th, 7th meeting, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Matt. So seeing that that's the direction that that you needed, we'll move on with that then. Okay, so Lane? Oh, should we? Okay, we need to call the question on that. All in favor? That's carried.
Next function is function 74, which is the library. This one is simple. I think that we just need to recognize what kind of a wonderful job the library board is doing in holding the line. It's basically business as usual for both the library services, the regional library system out of Medicine Hat and also our County of Newell Library Board. If there's any questions, we can have a discussion on those.
Any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, carry on.
Next one is general government, so this is function 00. Matt had already provided an overview during his introductory comments about the impact that the proposed budget would have on the mill rate, which is 3.0% increase overall on taxes that would be generated. There is a few other items under function 00 that we do need to have some direction provided by council on, and it has to do with the tax policy for police and paving rates. Matt had prepared the report on that and probably lead us in that conversation.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so you'll see where my aversion to separate, whether it's recreation rates or fire rates or police rates, paving rates. We're always, administratively, we're always looking for ways to simplify process and administration of the business of the county. For the longest time, we've been collecting $500,000 to support the county's paving plan. That is a special tax. All the funds raised from that $500,000 must be used for paving. And that has led to incredible pavement throughout the county. We have an excellent road network. So we've got the paving rate, we've got the police rate. The police rate is really a political statement, and it highlights to our ratepayers the downloading of police costs from the provincial level to municipal level. 2024 will be the last year of potentially increasing that rate. We are technically offside by having that as a separate rate, but we're in good company with a lot of municipalities who have made that point. What I'm proposing for Committee of the Whole is that we consider rolling the paving and police rates in with our general municipal tax rate. So we would continue to raise money for our paving priorities at that $500,000 equivalent, which is around $2 million. And we continue to raise funds to settle our police debt. You know, an operating budget line that you don't have a ton of say into the level of service that you receive for that nearly $1 million touch that the province downloaded. Doing this would simplify preparation of budget, preparation of financial statements, preparation of tax rate bylaw, minimize the opportunity for error. So we're asking Committee of the Whole to consider that, and if that is palatable, that is how we will present the interim budget to Council.
Okay, thanks. Matt, any questions on that? Any response to that? Yes.
So if I understood that right, you get rid of the special paving tax that doesn't have, so that the special tax for paving all has to be spent on paving. And if you get rid of that, then we just decide how much we spend on paving. There's no commitment to that money to have to be spent on paving. Is that right?
That's correct. So now you've built some flexibility into your long-term savings plan. You could potentially, not that I would recommend it, if we've allocated dollars towards paving, and that would be administration's intention, we'd continue funding the paving fund at that $500,000 level. So socking away $2 million, whatever it works out to once assessment comes in, we'd do that calculation. But you would have more flexibility, and it simplifies all of the administration. And it also makes it really clear to folks what their municipal tax rate is. Right now, you have to do math. My non-res plus my paving plus my police equals the tax rate that I pay. I have, and we have received comments in the past, well, can't you break out more rates on your tax notice? The answer is no. Real estate on our tax notice is limited. If a ratepayer is ever curious what part of their tax dollar goes to what service, may I recommend that Council directs them to our budget narrative, where we show budget by function on page 24 and the percent of your tax dollar that goes to the services the county provides. Short answer is it's mostly Mark's fault. Roads. Over half of what the tax bill pays for is roads and administration of the road network in the county.
Holly?
I think rolling the paving tax in makes perfect sense. That's a good idea. I'm just wondering if there isn't merit keeping the police separate. It is a rising cost and one that people, because we're having discussions still around policing, just to make it available, or does nobody even ask about that? Does it ever come up?
No, I have not had anybody speak to me about their feelings about the police costs. Initially, it was put there to highlight to folks that this tax increase was not driven by the members around council table. It was a direct download from the province. So as we've now incorporated that into our budget, it would simplify things to remove that rate, which is technically offside, and we'd be in a better spot if anybody wanted to make a big deal about us having that rate separate. So far, Municipal Affairs has received our tax rate bylaws and has said boo about the political statement. But I do think it's probably best practice to roll that into the general rate sooner than later.
Neil?
Just to make this real simple, your net municipal property taxes are up by 3.01%. Is that across the board with industry and acreage owners and farmland? Because I do think that the acreage owners are paying a lot more than their share and not getting services for their dollar. Sorry.
Wow, well, at a below average residential tax rate, there'd be some arguing over here on not getting good benefit for the taxes that you pay. And, you know, you can be strategic as a homeowner about the taxes you pay. If you choose to live in a modest home, you'll have a modest tax bill. If you choose to live in a less modest home, I mean, we get you, right? Like, you cannot escape property taxes. So I think in comparison, if folks wanted to look at their neighbors, whether it's in the city or the villages, they would quickly see that they're paying, they're getting a pretty good discount being a residential ratepayer in the county compared to their urban counterparts. To specifically answer your question about the 3.01% across the board, we do not have those answers, and we will not have them until March next year when we see what happens with assessment growth. And just to give you a reminder, when assessment numbers come in, there's a factor for inflation, which we try and ignore. So if the value of your home has just inflated based on market, we try and ignore that. And there's a growth factor. We are looking to capture growth. We might not accomplish the 3% revenue increase. We need about 100 million new assessment in non-res to make that 3% goal. So this will be a conversation when we come back for final budget. We'll be able to tell you where residential assessment went, non-res, farmland, and we're being optimistic that there will be growth, but there may not be the same level. My goal is to not touch the tax rate unless we can move it down.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Okay, I guess we need some direction from from council as to how we want to move on with this. Kelly?
I'd like to move option 1 as recommended.
Okay, we have that on the table. Can I get, is there any more discussion on that? Okay, can I get all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we'll move on.
I believe that's it for myself. The next area that you're going to be dealing with is information technology, and it touches all of the departments, including council.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue on with that after. All right, it looks like we have everybody. We'll continue on. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll start with the same slide that everybody else starts with, give you a little look of how we've changed from one year over the next. Expenses, software is up a little bit, hardware is down, and so is phone, cell, and radio. Hardware changes are related to the cycle when things are being replaced. That'll fluctuate year over year. Phone, cell, and radio, I usually take an average and then set that for the next year, and so usage might be a little different, rates might change a bit, and that should account for that. Software, we'll talk about. Capital, most everything on here is a replacement. Even the building maintenance system, you may not have seen that as a capital line item before. It was part of the building when we built this building, that fell in there. We had an IT security audit. The building maintenance system came up as a concern. We patched that, but they recommended that we do an update, an overhaul on that system. So that is scheduled new for next year. And I know you'd all be disappointed if I didn't have a little bit of a presentation. I like to tell a story. I'm a little nervous though, and I'll tell you why. Budget questions and strategies. Matt talked about this a little bit, how more with more. So are we asked to do more, and is council willing to provide us more funding? Are we being provided less funding? Does that mean we have to do less? There's other questions, though, that I always ask every year when I go through budget. More with less, and this is what's making me nervous after Matt's opening remarks. Same with less. Can we do the same? Do we need more to do the same? Can we do more with what we already have? So these are the questions, and I tried to find an example in budget where most of these apply. And I start with more or less. This is now, after your opening remarks, Matt, this is for you to show you that yes, it can be done. It's a success story, and I think one that we can all be quite proud of. And I know I've talked about it before, but it is something that compounds year over year. We did our GIS restructuring in 2015. Previous to that, we had 2 GIS staff. We now only have 1. But the number of feature classes that we maintain has grown 166%. If you take that year over year, that is almost $1 million being saved collectively. So I like that story.
Go ahead. I'll just introduce Matt.
Yeah, Roberta, what did you have to do more of before you could get to the more with less? What did we do with our GIS?
We did have to invest more in our GIS structure to be able to do more with less. Absolutely. Yeah, that works. You're right. There was a significant investment in our infrastructure to be able to build a structure that allowed us to do more with less. And now we have recouped that investment significantly. And every year now that is returned to our ratepayers. Same with less. So we've adjusted when we replace workstations. We moved to a 4-year replacement from a 3-year replacement for full-time staff. And for part-time staff, we do from a 4-year to a 6-year. That has allowed us to reduce our expenditures related to that and keep the same service levels. We've also reduced the number of GPS units that we now use from 4 to 3. And that's due to other features that we already had with our subscription to Esri, allowed us to have an iPhone app called Field Maps, and we now have staff being able to collect in the field without GPS units. And then it comes to another opportunity for council to make a decision whether we can move forward with the same with less, and that's a request for clarification that I hope you've all had a chance to take a look at. When we first started to issue IT equipment to council, to be fair, laptops were not like they are today. They were more, you had to be kind of a weightlifter to haul those things around. And at the time, the decision was made to have tablets as well as the laptops for that reason. We have now, as you can see, your laptops are much more portable. It's not so heavy. Technology has advanced. And we wanted to ask council and give them opportunity to make some considerations for their own use and service levels. And it does have an impact to budget. Currently, we have about $48,000 budgeted every 4 years to replace council IT equipment. If we were to remove iPads, we can still keep the functionality. You'd have laptops which would provide you the same functionality that you have today, the same service level. And it would reduce that budget by $20,000 every 4 years, as well as a $1,000 reduction in software that's required for the iPad. We don't anticipate any reduction in the service level that council has. Of course, this is a question for council and what serves you best. And so we have a couple of options there. One thing we propose is that we can, council or committee here as a whole could direct administration to remove the budget for iPads, hardware and software from the budget, or we can leave everything as is.
Okay, Ellen?
Well, I definitely prefer my iPad, but it doesn't perform all the functions, right? So in my case, I would absolutely need both of them. And as you've probably noticed, I don't know if I'm one of the only ones, but I definitely prefer my iPad to use on a regular basis. So I'd be in favor of keeping it status quo.
Neil?
I'm voting for me and Arno. We are very happy with just a laptop. I already handed my iPad in.
Dan?
Yeah, I don't use my my iPad very often either. If I didn't have that, it wouldn't make any change to me.
Okay, I'm just wondering, is there an option? Can we, with the software, is there any way that we can do both? Have it just an iPad, just a laptop, or a combination? Like Ellen uses both, so you know, is that part of the picture? Whereas I don't use my iPad at all, like Neil and Arno, or it must be our age. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So.
And I had considered that, and I know because there are people who prefer it, and there are times when I prefer myself to have an iPad. It's quicker to set up, sometimes easier to carry. The truth is, and I think Councillor Unruh pointed it out herself, is that it's an abbreviated usage. You know, you have an application on a laptop, you have an app on an iPad. There are limitations. I find an iPad is very good for viewing, but not so good for producing. It is a preference, and the concern I would have is you may not have everything that you actually will want just with an iPad. I think there could be some challenges that way.
What about a combination of both? So if there's 9 of us that want just laptops, is there would there be an option for Ellen to have her iPad also?
I think that's totally up to council. I will do whatever I'm directed to.
In saying that, is it, other than the cost of the iPad, is there an additional cost for software in doing that?
Yeah, there is some additional cost to the software. We have an MDM, mobile device management, that is put onto the iPads, and we use that. So there is a license for those. Yeah.
Matt?
Sorry. I think what the challenge will be, and I think where we're looking for an opportunity, is we're not sure which 9 of you will be back after the election, or who plans to be back and who prefers a laptop versus an iPad. So when it comes to preparing for the next council onboarding, we're going to have the iPads and laptops ordered well in advance. So one of the things I've been pushing my team to do is not sit on inventory. And right now we're sitting on a few iPads where we spent a couple $1,000 that could be at work for us in the bank. So really today's just looking at, is there a change wholesale that makes sense to make? And if not, that's fine. We'll plan for 10 iPads and 10 laptops post-election. But it does highlight, for every device, that is potentially taking capacity of IT staff time, right? So if you can get lean with the number of devices, like when the printer fails in my office, I'm not going to replace that printer. I'll get up and hit the mailroom for as often as I print. So we are looking at getting lean on devices where it makes some sense, but we don't want it to be at the cost of functionality for council.
Adina?
So today I am using my iPad, and I've noticed that Holly often has both going. For us going to Newell Housing Foundation, we often use our iPads because it's smaller, it's easier to pack. Also at home, I have my laptop set up in my office, but if I decide to go sit on the deck and do review, or if I'm gonna spend 3 hours in town and have nothing to do, I will take my iPad to look at my emails, because in my mind, it's better for my laptop to be sitting hooked up and not getting jostled around all the time. And the iPad fits really nice in all these things that we get for free at RMA. But I wouldn't see needing a new iPad. Like I love to have this, but I wouldn't need another one if I am re-elected in 3 or 2 years, a year and a half, whatever that is. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Holly?
I do like two, but I could certainly go with one. And is there an option to get, like, I like that screen Matt's got, that he can have, are the screens fairly reasonably priced?
Yeah, they're significantly less than an iPad, yeah.
Any other discussion on that? Lynette?
Might as well throw my 2 bits in here. I like having both of them. I do not have the county email on my phone. So that's one thing. IT does never have to touch my phone, but they still have the 2 devices. Whereas some of you that have your email on your phone, then IT helps you out with that though too. So little exchange.
Dan?
So this, the direction we give you now won't affect what we already have, because that money's already paid, right? So we're making a decision for the next council coming in. Let's say we take that out of the budget, next council get elected, and 3 of them are like, well, no, I really want an iPad. Then let them decide on that on their own to get 3 iPads for themselves. We already got our iPads. If we want them, use them. If you don't, put them back. But yeah, it could save a lot of money. $20,000 is a lot of money to have a nice second option in my mind. So it would have no effect on us if we said to get rid of it, unless we're the ones reelected next year and we really want iPads again, or next term.
That's a good point, Dan. If we decide to run again and get voted in, and we do have an iPad already, are those obsolete after the 4 years, or can they be reused for an extra 4 years?
They'll have a little bit more life in them, but I think there'll come a point where they can't be updated anymore, and then they become a security risk. And then that's when we would want to replace them.
So, in other words, you're not sure.
I would say yes, they'd last. Whether they'd last another full term is up to Apple, not me.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have an RC on the table. Is there a recommendation from someone? Dan.
I'll make the recommendation. We go with option 1, where we remove them from the interim budget.
Any more discussion on that? Okay, so option 1 is on the table. Can I get a vote on that, please? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. If I get my numbers correctly on the vote. 4 versus 5. And Arno, but yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
In 2 years, I mean, those new flip phones are out. All you have to do is get one of them and you just about have a laptop in your hands anyways, right?
There could be other options in a few years.
Yeah. Stuff changes so fast that we'll all be good.
Okay, I think staff has direction on that. Okay,
Thank you for that.
no problem.
More with the same. And we try to do this wherever we can. We leverage features in our existing systems. Like, does one of our existing systems already provide the functionality that we're looking for? So we always examine that. As an example, KnowBe4, which we purchased to fill the need for security training for staff and council, we found we could also use as a training system for all of our training needs. It allows us to actually upload different training videos that we can create new campaigns, we can assign it, and we can track it. So a software that we purchased to fill one requirement, we could actually use to fill another. Another way we do the more with same is, again, with KnowBe4 and other systems that we purchase offer a number of online training opportunities, or they provide us with, the fees associated with conferences, so we can go at no charge. So that's another way that we try to leverage the systems that we have and utilize things to their fullest capacity. Sometimes, though, we have to do the same with more. And I think it's been talked about quite a bit today already, is inflation. And I've never seen a year, I think I've been in this position now almost 10 years, and I've never experienced this before this year, is the number of notices that we receive throughout the year of continual increases. There was no rhyme or reason. They weren't all the same. We had a 40% increase. We had a 6% increase. We had a 5% increase. And they just kept coming, and they're still coming. There's just this continual increase. There's some of them that have a 10% initial increase, and then they say you can expect it'll be a 5% annual after that. It's been quite significant. So it's going to cost us more to have the same service level in that instance. And sometimes we can do more. I'm a little passionate about this. I might be a little biased. I'll try to draw it back and be more objective. More with more. I'm kind of excited about this idea, and I'm going to explain to you why it's exciting. In 2021, when we had emails on-prem, everybody was limited to 4 gigabytes of size in their email. We had 147 mailboxes, and the email size was 201 gigabytes. Between 2021 and 2023, we moved to Office 365, email in the cloud, where everybody's given, I forget if it's 90 or 100 gigabytes per mailbox. Our mailbox sizes have gone down to 126, but the size collectively is 649 gigabytes. We have been attempting for a long time to try to manage our documents, and every year the volume of documents that we're receiving as staff is greater and greater. And we have to find a way to manage those appropriately. In January of this year, we started to monitor our network drive sizes. So we took a look at what they were initially, and we've measured them every month thereafter. And you can see some of us are having more success than others. You ask yourself how much time, and I've spent a lot of time to try to figure out a way to do this. And I thought to myself, I'd spend about a half an hour a day on current emails. That equates over a year, if you take away leave, times when I'm away, I figured it should be about 105 hours that I spend on records management. When I took a look, last year I spent 103 hours, so I was pretty confident in that number. So this is a losing battle that staff is having, and it has an impact operationally. Where documents aren't available, we spend time searching for them. They could be either on our network drives, they can be in our email, they can be on OneDrive, they can be on Teams, or they can be in Laserfiche. The way we managed this previously is in, as you can see, 2016, when we were first converting our land files into electronic files. We had over 15,000 land files, not documents, but actual files. And we were trying to do that at the same time as we were working in our day-to-day. Then we monitored how many boxes we were able to do in a week, and we projected it out, and it was going to be over 3 years for us to get those documents scanned and into Laserfiche. What did we do? We hired somebody to do it for us. So we hired a position just to scan in and those files. We were successful. We got it done in a year, but that's a one and done. It doesn't take care of new things that are coming in all of the time. I've been at the county almost 15 years, and I have over 37,000 emails in my inbox and over 20-some thousand in my sent items that I have been trying to get dealt with. And I think there's many of us here that are in that same boat. So there's options where you hire someone to help deal with the backlog and get it to where it's supposed to be. There's also options that we can continue the way we are and try to find ways and time for us to get documentation where it needs to go and looked after. But there's another option, and this is where I get excited. When I was speaking in Toronto, I came across this vendor, and it was called Shiny Docs. And they use AI to perform all the things that we're manually doing now. They have a way you say, I want you to look in these repositories. A repository is your email, OneDrive, the network drives. It can even look in Laserfiche. And what it can do, it'll find duplicates. So it'll get rid of anything that's a duplicate. It will look for personal information, which is a security risk that we always want to make sure is protected. It doesn't even have to be county documents. Sometimes employees might have, something that about themselves that necessarily shouldn't be where they are. It also will apply metadata to it. It will move it to where we need it to do, where it needs to go. And it allows a single pane of glass for us to do a document search. So it will search, when you enter in there and you search, it will go look in OneDrive, it'll go look on the network drives, it'll go look in email, it'll go look in Laserfiche, and we can find documents quicker while we deal with the backlog. So we negotiated with them. Well, before I talk about that, I'm going to talk about, there's actually a use case that I was provided. And this was actually done, I don't know if this is Dunedin or Dunedin, I don't know how to say it, if anyone's familiar. Anyhow, they use Shiny Docs, and what they found, they're a bigger organization than us, but they had they enhanced the employee experience across 1,300 users, saving 6,500 productivity hours per week and reducing storage costs by 35%. There's some pretty amazing things. They have identified $90,000 annual cost savings. Again, they're larger than us. But when I ask people, what's the most frustrating thing about document management right now? It's getting documents into Laserfiche and finding them once they're in there, or finding where they're located. One of the first things that I was putting down when I thought, what would be the benefits when I talked to council? And one of the first things was staff satisfaction. I think it's really difficult. It's a challenge. We're all experiencing that challenge. So I found it interesting that the first thing listed here was to enhance the employee experience. I thought maybe that's not the best thing to start with council, but I think it's an important consideration. I also think that we would save productive hours. When we talked about myself, 105 hours per year. There were I forget how many now, 127 emails, really, let's take about less than half, let's say 40 full-time employees. If they all spent 105 hours managing their day-to-day emails, that doesn't even take care of the backlog. And it doesn't take care of the network drive, and it doesn't take care of OneDrive. So I think we would have a really high return on productivity hours if we implemented this. Cost of backups. We have cloud backups, and we pay by the terabyte. So there's a cost to that. So we'd have an option where we could return some of that cost but come back to the county, or we can get more copies of backups because you pay for space. Right now we pay 10 terabytes of space, and that limits how many copies we can get into that cloud area. If we can reduce the amount, the size of our network drives, we can get actually more copies, or we can pay for less space on the backup. Also, we save productivity time in searching. And I've already talked about the privacy information, personal identifying information, and the reduction and removal of duplicates and space savings. So all those things are pretty exciting. And what I'd hope to do, if council is willing to approve, is use this as my black belt project for lean. I want you to know that we negotiated, and we came up with some pretty favorable terms. First off, we negotiated for a 50% reduction in the first year with Shiny Docs. We also negotiated, they had limitations of 5 licenses to use the interface. We negotiated for unlimited. They want a 3-year contract. Year 2 and year 3 would be almost a 40% reduction in what they usually charge. But we put an opt-out clause. So the first year, they've given us 180 days for us to opt out of year 2 or 3 if we mutually agree that it's not successful. What that means is we will complete the Black Belt project in the first 6 months of 2024, and we're going to have predefined metrics that we will set out at the beginning of the project that we will use to measure to see if it's successful at the end of those 180 days. I think I'm pretty excited. I've taken a look at the numbers. I know the effort that I put in. I know the struggle that staff faces on a day-to-day basis with managing those documents. I can't guarantee that Shiny Docs is going to do what it says it's done. We have tried other things in the past and abandoned them. We tried Email Manager to manage our emails. It didn't work the way we had hoped. We tried WinMerge to be able to find duplicates on our network, and that was complex and difficult to use. I think if this delivers what it says it will deliver, I think we will recoup that cost. And that's a requirement of a Black Belt project, is you have to have a certain return on investment within a certain period of time, and it has to be signed off and approved by the CAO. And I think looking at the numbers and looking at the struggle, I think that we can definitely do that. And I hope you all agree. Just saying. So the last thing that we're hoping that at a future community or committee as a whole that we can discuss in more detail, but I just was hoping you could start giving it some thought, is Catherine has done a great job and drafted a communication strategic plan for council, as well as a strategic communication plan for administration with the public, and we're hoping that you can give us some feedback. We'll come back at a time that's convenient for this committee and maybe have some discussions about how you want to move forward with communication strategies, what you'd like to see, and how we can move that forward and make it a success for everybody. And I guess the last thing about the IT budget, and I'm very glad, thank you, Stephanie, for adding this, is to take a look at when we do capital replacement. At one time, it used to be when it's kind of up, every 5 years, we just replace it. We've become more sophisticated related to that, and we look at things like condition assessment. Many of the items in the capital budget this year, scanner, plotter, printer, all those things we do by condition assessment. We have developed condition assessment ratings that we can use for many of the hardware. We try to push things as much as possible. In IT, like I've said with the iPads, we're at the mercies of the people who provide these things. New versions of things are coming out quickly, and they only will support for so long. iPads, for example, you see all the time you get an iOS update. They will only go back so many versions to support. And it's understandable because it would be hard to support every version of every hardware that they produce. We experience that the same way with our servers, with our networks. They're producing new things, new pieces of hardware, new software all the time. And there comes a time when they say, you know, we're no longer going to be supporting this particular version. We use all of those things to determine when capital projects should come in to be replaced. And then I think that's it for me. Any questions?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Any questions? Dan?
What was the cost going to be on that shiny docks again?
$20,000 for the first year and $25,000 for year 2 and 3 if everything's successful in the first year.
Do we need to do an RFC for that? Or?
That is in the budget.
Okay. No, that sounds good. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, and I know with my various occupations that managing that is a struggle for me. And no, I think it's a good thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, there's a number of things that I like about the project. First is how excited Roberta is about it. It's a good sign if Roberta's excited. The other thing I like about it is the AI component. And I think that is an area where, you know, I've directed my staff, start pushing buttons and let's figure this thing out, because there is a lot that I think AI has to offer in terms of reducing time to insight, reducing the time to get started on things. So if you've ever sat in front of a word processor and thought, how do I start? There's a lot of benefits that AI has to offer us. A lot of the mundane technical things, rules-based, I think AI is good at. So IT typically carries, what is it for innovation budget, $40,000, $50,000 for innovation budget, and this fits right in there. The other thing I like about it is we're going to have a lean black belt in the organization, and I think that's cool. To be a black belt project, I believe it's $100,000 in savings. So this should be tangible, proof in the pudding kind of a project. Good luck, Roberta.
Thanks.
Thanks for that, Matt. All right, if there's no more questions, let's adjourn for lunch and return at 1 o'clock. All right, I think we're ready to go. Everybody is present, so we will continue on with our meeting here with Ag Services, and that would be Todd.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so we are here to talk about Ag Services, arguably the most important department at the County of Newell. You'll notice the A, and Mark will tell you that A comes after M in the municipal alphabet, but I think A goes first, always, just so you know. And I just double checked with Stephanie, we only spend about 6% of your budget, so that's not a whole bunch. So we don't have to ask like a whole bunch of questions or anything hard. Just kidding. Not a lot has changed Ag Service Board wise in terms of kind of service levels. We did talk about a few things at our preliminary budget meeting. That changes things around a little bit. So the EID shelter belt project, we talked about that. That $10,000 was what we had brought forward there as a kind of donation sponsorship to the PhD program with the EID to help get us about 2 to 3 more landowners planting shelter belts in the coming years. I think I worked that in as a multi-year $10,000, so $10,000 for the next few seasons to try to continue that growth. And get more shelter belts out on the landscape with Dan and his crew. You'll notice the second one there, the ASB South Region Conference, an amazing opportunity. Anybody that went with us to Oyen, seen what special areas put together for us. We get the luxury of hosting that ASB South Region Conference every 18 years. So last time we did it was in 2006. We hosted in Bizano. It was wonderful. It was my second year here. I did nothing to help organize it. So I don't really know exactly what we're going to do, but I think maybe what we'll do is we'll probably strike maybe just a couple counselors to give me some ideas, and I'll lead the work, obviously, because that's what I do. But yeah, no, I'm pretty excited about that. The interesting part about the 7.5K increase is we do collect registrations for that, so it's not a $7.5 or $7,500 draw. It's actually supposed to be a lot closer to cost recovery. There'll just be my time. We're probably out on that kind of thing. So, but anyways, so that was another reason that we went up. Weed Inspector School, exactly the same thing. We've hosted Weed Inspector School over the last 20 years, probably 10 times. Same thing. We spend the money and then we collect registrations, and everybody comes to our wonderful county and trains their seasonal staff. And then we got a lot of event partnerships. One of the big things, or probably one of the bigger things that we just started last season, or the 2023, was the Know Your Food Day with Grasslands. That was a big hit. I don't even know how to explain it. It was an amazing 3 days. It was a lot. There was a lot of kids. I think it's time that we should be able to refine that. And when I reached out during the budget process to Grasslands to see if there was interest in continuing with it, because it did come with a price tag, Scott, Brandt, and 3 principals got back to me, I don't know, maybe within a couple weeks, and they were 100% on board. They wanted to do it. They wanted to get together early January and start lining up some booth space and some topics and that kind of thing. So I'm pretty pumped about that. We figure it cost about $5,000. Just in, we fed the people, we had to rent some stuff, we had to buy some stuff. The milker for, I can't remember what her name is, Donna when was here. Is it Betty? Bessie, something like that. Anyways, the milking cow, the display. So, there's just that kind of stuff. And then the busing, of course, Grasslands picked up for us. So that was good. It's kind of a nice partnership, and we're hoping to continue that. We do quite a bit of other stuff, partnering with other or other organizations that kind of have some added benefit, we think anyways, for our ratepayers and our department. So people like Foothills Forage and Grazing Associations, Farming Smarter, those kind of organizations doing tons of research work and promotion work, and they help us put together seminars in our area, and we utilize a lot of their information. So we're happy to donate their way to help do that. Same with the Alberta Invasive Species Council. I'm a little jaded on this one, or biased maybe, because I have been able to sit on the board for the last couple of years. but they do a lot of advocacy work on our behalf through the invasive species works, and they also do tons of resource creation. So all of the fact sheets that we use in our everyday work when we're talking to somebody about, let's say, it's downy brome or black henbane, there is countless fact sheets on their website that they've created that we utilize to kind of explain the reasons we need those weeds taken care of. And then the new one that we've kind of been slowly working with FCC on is the Outstanding in the Field program. Some of you have been involved in that before and have been to the site before. So what we kind of committed to FCC was that we would try to help out with the busing costs and leave them with all the stuff that they know, which is the booth space, the renting of the Silver Sage, I don't know what else. There's lunch involved. There's lots of things involved that FCC does an amazing job of doing. So we thought we could help get the kids there, which is a pretty easy thing to help out with. And that's it takes care of most of them, I think, as far as I know. Alberta Farm Animal Care was actually one. Sorry, that's another one. That's a $500. We're a bronze sponsor, I believe, on that one. That's one that they had requested some municipal support. I don't know, Clarence was on council, so I don't even know how long ago that was. Let's see, it's 3 or 4 years ago. And we became a bronze sponsor at that time. I just remember Clarence talked highly of the organization because he had been involved through the dairy board at one point in time. That's the only reason I remember that Clarence was on council. So we've been continuing with that $500 donation. And that kind of takes care of that. You'll see on the capital side, it's gross. We're lucky that we have great reserves in place because things got very expensive very fast. Some of that 4-ton truck, I believe the one we're replacing is a 2006. I think we bought that truck for less than half of that value. And it's kind of mind-blowing when you go and get quotes on things these days. So yeah, we're trying to, I guess, do what we need to do to keep providing the great services that we do. I don't know. I guess the only other thing I can say is everything seems to have been cheaper yesterday, and we don't think it's going to get any cheaper tomorrow. That's kind of what I had for Ag Services. I would entertain all of the hard questions that Dan has got bottled up for sure.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Kelly.
My question is Ag Services involved with the overall vehicle rotation system? Because you said this 4-ton is 2006, so that's pretty old. That's not part of the program. And sorry, I can't remember the name of the program.
No, that's okay. Like tangible capital assets and our replacement program, we're absolutely involved in that. So we have I wouldn't call them arbitrary years that we anticipate our equipment lasting, but they're years that we anticipate them lasting. And we typically, every time we have a vehicle that we want or that comes up in that rotation, we take a good hard look at whether it's time to do it or not. So this 4-ton truck that specifically we're talking about is a spray truck, and it hauls a seed drill. Okay. So, I think even now it's sitting at 90,000 kilometers, but they're all heavy, hard kilometers, and it's going to be 18 years old.
So that vehicle doesn't qualify for the program that I'm referring to.
Oh, sorry, there's another thing.
Yes.
Oh.
Enterprise.
Oh, Enterprise. No, okay. Yeah. My apologies.
None of these vehicles go through Enterprise?
No, none of those, no.
Okay, thank you.
We just have the 1 half-ton truck. Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
I'm going to raise my hand for myself. I don't really need to do that. Interesting. Yeah, I have a question. So as far as Ag Services, you deal with hamlets, right? You deal with mowing and hamlets. What percentage, and rural residential, what percentage of your budget is not ag related? Is more hamlet related or residential? Just a ballpark.
Yeah, that's, I've thought about this before, but I don't know that I've ever quantified it down to like an actual if I had to guess, I'd probably say our hamlet and kind of the small mower type stuff, we're probably looking at the 25% mark would be a good guess. And then the other things that could be considered ag but might not be exactly ag would be like roadside mowing. That would be another good jag, probably 5 or 6% there. We utilize a lot of our ag employees in parks as well. So the Emerson Bridge Campground, for instance. So like we do a paper shuffle for the Emerson Bridge to pay back ag services for that time, but it's just so that we can quantify that number properly in how much the park costs us. But yeah.
Thank you. Anything else for Todd? Seeing none, you are off the hot seat. Now.
Well, technically I have one more.
Oh, you have one more? Sorry. Okay, yeah, so go with your one more item.
All right, just before we leave Ag Services, because I think it's important for everybody that's listening online to know we have such an amazing crew. They're always willing to go above and beyond as much as we possibly can. And we do get requests from time to time to do that. Things that are outside of county infrastructure, outside of infrastructure that we maintain. And we do try to help out as best we can, but we have to be very careful where we do and we don't, depending on ownership of that property and that kind of thing. Totally got hijacked by Martin, didn't I? It's all right. It's after lunch. Everybody started giggling. I thought it's because I did my hair today. I was like, oh. Well, thanks for that, Martin. Hope he left. He does send a smile my way. Perfect. All right. And then, because everybody's not listening anymore, we're going to go on to the tough one of parks and programming. So a lot of parks and programming really comes down to Emerson Bridge Park, but we do also other work in other parks and help out. The one thing we did talk about again at the preliminary budget meeting where we were discussing things that would be outside of the norm was our tree assessment. So we discussed, considering that our parks and hamlet trees would be an asset to the county, and because they're an asset, we should know their value, their condition, and create a plan for maintenance and replacement. And that's just not something that I am an expert in. And I don't think we have anybody on our staff that is an expert in it. So now I got hijacked by the cookie. But anyways, so I reached out to, if anybody went to our shelter belt function that we had last spring, I can't remember who was all there. Anyways, Toso Bozic was there. I just reached out to him. I just said, look, this is what we're kind of thinking that we want to accomplish in our trees around the area. And he came back with me with, of course, his general enthusiasm about some different programs that him and his colleagues have ran in the past. And he actually came in with a little bit lower numbers than I had anticipated. So I was thinking maybe he wasn't encapsulating everything that I had wrote in my email. So I bumped it up by, I think, another $5,000 or something like that to make sure that when we go out, I don't have to come back and ask for additional funding. But what's going to come out of that extra $30,000 is a great report on what we have, where we have it, what kind of maintenance we should be looking at on different species of those trees, and how we should be looking at maintaining it. So I think it's going to be a great opportunity for Ag Services as well as municipal services, so we can do things a little more efficiently on the tree world as well. I had to plug municipal services. Don't forget, they're like 11 or 12 or 20% of your annual budget, so hopefully we can help them get a little better. And then the transfers to other organizations and ICF agreements, I don't have a sniff. That's somebody else that adds that into this budget line. So I would love to pass that comment off to anybody. Although I should have taken maybe credit for it. It's a down of 44,000. Yeah, missed that opportunity.
Any questions for Todd on parks and programs? Seeing none, now you're done, correct, Todd?
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. I'm out of here.
Sounds
Thank you so
good.
much. Appreciate it.
And we'll bring Mark to the seat for his report. Yeah, it's a report.
Good afternoon, committee. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again for budget presentation. Starting off with bylaw enforcement services. Status quo really with these guys. As you all know, we had resignation of an officer earlier this fall, and that officer has been replaced starting November 20th. So really the only changes that we have coming up here is an update to the evidence library hardware and software stuff for the enforcement division, and there really isn't anything that I can offer to you as an alternative solution than to go with it. So those costs are really what they are. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer with respect to bylaw services.
Holly?
Just really quick, how do we train a bylaw officer? Do you send them away? Is it done internally? What's the process?
Well, so bylaw officers are different than community peace officers. This is the bylaw enforcement function, and we've got 2 community peace officers employed in here. With that, they must attend one of, I believe, 2 colleges right now, which includes Lac St. Anne and or the Solicitor General's College in Edmonton, I believe it is, and they have to graduate out of that program. A bylaw officer, it could actually be one of you. You could be appointed by council as a bylaw enforcement officer. You're strictly limited to enforcing the bylaws of the corporation as they're put in place. So you could appoint myself as one. You could appoint somebody of the public as being one as well. That's really the difference in that. I guess further, Matt had discussed or presented that we looked at the educational opportunity. The city went through that process with an officer, and it's really subject to the colleges and whether they have the program offered and whether they have any candidates looking for that practicum 1-week period. John reached out to numerous, and they all said that they don't have the program offering right now, and they don't have any candidates enrolled if they did have the program offering. So we will, as Matt said earlier, we will continue to look for those opportunities where we can to help grow that future replacement of candidates, but right now it doesn't seem to be present for us. So we're good with bylaw? Excellent. Fleet services, pretty much status quo here. Yeah, everything's coming down, leaning things out. Manager of operations took over that area of responsibility, and we're just still in the process of leaning things out, looking to reduce that waste, going through fleet services in the shop with 5S, where everything that isn't getting used is getting put on a pallet and sent over to auction at a net or wherever we can do the disposal that makes the most sense, as well as going through the inventory and parts room and doing the same thing. So that's really where we're going with fleet services. Any questions there? None? Excellent. Here's where the big money is. Roads, 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 and roads, and that's a lengthy list. On the expenses, Matt already identified the desire to have an engineering technologist added in the last quarter of next year. We've kept the manager of planning, development, and engineering really busy with rural water projects and multitude of other projects as well. Overlay programs, solid waste with the landfill reclamation and bridges and other things. So with that, we know that there's also going to be a transition within that department here in probably a couple-year period where our existing engineering technologist will probably be seeking retirement. So this is just a form of succession planning as well as building some additional capacity in the department. So that's what that's looking like. Engineering is going up. That's everything to do with everything. Bridges, roads, walks, lighting, right? It's just where it's going. Gravel roads, repairs and maintenance, same kind of thing. Paved roads, repair and maintenance, increase in that as we continue to do work. Railway crossing maintenance coming down, but I hate to admit it in front of the table today, but I just got an email from CP Rail yesterday that they have crossing improvements in Castles planned for next year, 2024. That was the first I heard of it, and we're looking at a cost share of probably $200,000. So that one will be brought into the final budget presentation for yourselves once I get our proportion figured out with them and what's what. And they want to talk about both the west and the east, so Range Road 15.5 and Range Road 15.4 crossings, and what we can do there to look at it as an improvement overall and what those costs will be. So that one's yet to change. And then also I learned while we were up at conference that I got a small increase to the railway crossings that have control arms, lighting, and audible measures in place. There was a fee increase just last period, and I had to put that back to CP Rail, you know, more or less thanks for the heads up. I thought we were supposed to collaborate, communicate, and work together on this stuff, and they redirected me to that those changes actually come from the federal government level. So thank you to the feds for increasing prices again and not communicating to anybody that works on budgets, because we know that that's not something that they do too well. Yes, I will say that. Fuel and oil, throwing darts at a dartboard, everything seems to be going up. Prices come down, great. If they don't, we have to have the expense covered. And really a lot of this, you know, is driven by winter. If we get hit hard with a winter, that's really when our snow plows and graders are out there spending more time burning that fuel than if we have a mild winter and they're out chainsaw cutting and stuff like that. So that's where I noticed the most significant changes in fuel consumption. Really, we've got those new graders on the road, those 6 new ones. They're 150M series. That's a step down from what we had previously, and I believe we're saving a little bit more on fuel each and every day that we're running those versus the larger machines. So trying to keep those things at a flat line in a way, but subject to various matters there. IM hardware, Roberta spoke to a bunch of things there, dust abatement, chemical, and we're just doing the trending on all of this stuff, trying to bring things down and lean it out as best we can without putting ourselves in a deficit to have to come back and speak to council. But a lot of the dust abatement is the product that we're using and then how much we've removed from the county's cost and put back on the actual person who's benefiting from it. So bridge maintenance as well, we've been taking care of things there. I'd like to say one thing about bridge maintenance, and that's with the Eastern Irrigation District doing a lot of their pipeline projects. As they pipeline a lot of their canals and stuff, they are removing bridge files, which they need to communicate with Alberta Transportation. That is removing us from future obligation of replacement costs. So it's working in our favor and helping overall. Todd, Stewart, Lane, everybody has already spoke to the capital replacement side of things with fleet machinery equipment. You know, gravel truck replacement, now $543,000. We've got in here 2 grader replacements. We got away with $512,000 when we replaced the 6 machines each. Now you're definitely higher than that because you're pushing $600 and some thousand. So that crystal ball, maybe we should have just replaced them all when we did, but you were gracious enough to give us 6 rather than the 4 we were asking for. So take it that you saved taxpayer $250,000 purchasing those additional 2 when you did. Yeah, half-ton replacements. So Councillor Crispin, you asked about the program with Todd. We have 8 fleet trucks in with Enterprise. Those trucks are not equipped with any specialty kind of items. We don't do headache racks, we don't do light bars, we don't do slip tanks, toolboxes, anything like that. It's the easy in and easy out of the program because we were flipping them every 12 months. These things that you're seeing in here, not part of the enterprise program, are typically equipped with that much more, including 2-way radios and all of that such. So that's really where that is at. Bridge files, we got a few of them coming up for 2024 to replace. Lake Newell Resort overlays. This one's an interesting one because we're moving into an urbanized area that was developed back in 1994, and each and every one of the water and sewer services in blocks 1 and 4 have settlements to them. Are they still moving? don't appear to be. We've had ratepayers identify to us that they believe there's some water leaks and stuff down there as well. I don't really know what's going on, so we're asking you to consider the $120,000 in engineering. And I can tell you that in the tangible capital assets and the replacement program, we don't have near enough money thrown in there to replace those roads, curbs, and gutter that we have in existence right now. Those roads came to us in 2011 as a transfer from the condominium associations to alleviate that burden on those properties, and we're holding the basket and looking to build some improvements. The curb and gutter is substandard, the road widths are substandard. There's really not a whole lot we can do with that because we've only got like half a meter behind the curbs there, but hopefully we can get a gutter pan that'll actually hold the water and improve that situation. And really we're gonna look for the engineers to recommend what kind of treatment and things need to happen in there. It could be full-blown reconstruction and maybe it's something else, I don't know. But we're gonna look for something that we build it once and this guy doesn't end up back in there until his career is well gone and done and somebody else can deal with it. So Range Road 15-0 engineering. 15-0 is that road from the Trans-Canada going south to Highway 542, also known as Castles Road. And this one actually falls on your north-south truck route on the west side of the city of Brooks. So $150,000 in engineering is what we're seeking. And that is to help us get that stage so that it is prepared to be truck route. Getting it widened out, and we know that we're already working with tight conditions because AltaLink power is on the east side of that road for the entire north-south run. And on the west side, we've already had our drainage problems that our manager of operations has been working in over the past few years. And we're gonna have to find how we can make all of that work together so that we've got a truck route established at the end of the day. So engineering is key component in getting those things determined. Bobcat Toolcat, I don't want to say that that's exactly the machine that we're looking at, but we are looking at that one specifically. We have the in-house experience and knowledge to repair that. This thing is being proposed to council because of the pathways that we're building. The skid steers that we're using currently today are slow, cumbersome, take time to get that pathway cleared for snow removal, and they are not really equipped to be able to spread any kind of de-icing agent. If we go with the Bobcat Toolcat, you can get it with sweepers, you can get it with plow blades, you can get it with front lift equipment, and you can get salt sand spreaders and stuff for rear attachments as well. Plus, it moves a lot faster than what those skid steers do. So that's what we're proposing with this, and that's to deal with the 12 kilometers of pathway that we will have constructed at the end of next year, and potentially the other 4 kilometers going out to the resort. So we've went from 600 meters of pathway that we used to contract the city to maintain to just about 15 kilometers of pathway in a couple of years. So we want to make sure that we are efficient and that we are doing more with the same, perhaps. It's a matter of putting into policy what we clear first, second, third, fourth as our priorities. And my recommendation when we get around to policy in the future will be that pathways come after our roads are all cleared, and that way we have those labor resources back to be able to get after that. So that's why that's being proposed in budget. We thought we might be able to get away with using the same as what we have, but the reality is with having that much pathway out there, we need some alternative solutions to be able to get through it much more efficiently. Information roadmap signs, I have an RFC prepared for this, and then just regular replacement of equipment is trailer replacement for gravel trucks. So really that's where that is at, and if there's anything that I've spoke about now, I'll gladly take your questions. If it's to do with an RFC, let's try to refrain from that until I get through those with you.
Okay, is there any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
Would you go over that truck route 150 again? Just describe that.
So from Lakeside feed yards going south to the 542, the north-south route is actually supposed to follow the quarter section line between 15-0 and 15-1, just west of Martin Industrial here. So that hasn't been developed yet. That is in your paving priorities list. What we're talking about is that section that is in existence from Highway 542 north to the Trans-Canada and getting that overlaid, same as what we've done with Silver Sage Road here, but we also want to investigate what it's going to take to get it out to be prepared for truck route status. Widening it out because we don't have any shoulders on there at all, right? So hopefully 1 meter wide shoulders on both sides with that. But we just have to work with the engineers and see what our constraints are and come back with some solutions for council's consideration.
Anything else? All right, we'll continue on.
Okay, so sticking with 32, Manager of Operations has the first RFC for council's consideration.
Can you hear me? Good, we're good to go. Anyway, this one here was the one that we kind of just talked a little about last Friday. Basically, it's just a resident that's been having a concern and calling us quite frequently on it. Anyway, this has to do with a subdivision, a model subdivision, number 2. It's in the Bazzano area. Basically, it's off the 544. There's an access road, and you have the first model subdivision off on the west side, and this one's on the east side. What we're looking at, this subdivision has about 8 lots on it, and about 7 of them are, there's residents in them. And basically what we're doing is we're turning off a road. Yeah, you can see it up on the map there too. So we go south off the 544 and then it turns into it. Anyway, the residents live on the corner there. You can see in that little green highlight section there. And so basically anybody that's going east there, they're driving past their place. So their resident concern primarily is the fence. So if you drive around, I got quite a few examples of there too, but whenever you see, yeah, there's a picture there. So anyway, when they drive around the corner, they're concerned about the corner of the fence there too. So there's claims that the fence post does get broken off and they have livestock in there and they're worried about their livestock getting out. So quite a common problem with us on any of our roads that have angles or like turn around in corners like that. For everybody around here, whenever you turn off a provincial road and you turn onto a gravel road, you quite frequently see that people like cutting corners, right? So this is a cutting corner type scenario. There's pictures up there. We just took pictures here on Friday there too. So there's a couple of views from looking to the south and then also looking to the west there too. And then we got some close up of the actual corner there. Right now where the road is there's about 2 meters between the edge of the road where traffic is traveling and the fence posts there. So in the past, these residents have brought this concern. I've probably been dealing with it about 10 years, right? So off and on. So what we try to do is get the grader to grade outside or away from the post and try to get people to drive out there. Typically with driver behavior, it is tough. I mean, people take a corner, drive around there, they always tend to drive to the inside. It's tough. I got other pictures there, how we've dealt with it in the past. That first one there, I believe that's Martin. So we got Martin Industrial Subdivision up here. That ditch work was done 2 years ago. I actually had a ditch in there that's pretty good around the corner there. Just with big trucks and people traveling there, they have already back ends of the vehicles, they're driving into the ditches, right? So it's common. It's not specific to us or any roads. It just happens everywhere. Nice spots in there too is typically what people will do or what we do in subdivisions is we just buy that little corner piece and do a 5 meter by 5 meter, buy it all off there so we're not impacting any property, right? The one below that one, that is Railer Trucking, where the UFA farm is, same instance there too. These two are actually extreme conditions. So there you could straighten out a road there, push people back to the outside. 6 months, 2 years, we've seen it where drivers and big trucks are driving and cutting the corner and getting us into problems there too. So graders, we've done training with them, especially there, just trying to get them to grade to the outside, keep the edge a little bit less visible or people don't want to drive there. It's tough, right? I think on the one, I had another one here, Westland Acres was classic. I think there's another picture of Westland in there of where it was before. I think there's one with Westland up a bit. Maybe I didn't sneak it in there. Any Westland, if you actually look on the air photo, it is, when you see Westland came out there, people were actually driving alongside of the road until they merged onto 15th Street. And there again, too, it's driver behavior, couldn't get them, figure out where to get them to drive. They just drive where they drive. Mark being with the city, we did some curb work in there. He suggested, hey, let's just put a cement curb around the turning radius. And since we put that in there, people are driving on the road. An incident like that, it's practical to put in a curb radius and throw it in there and persuade drivers where to go. It works pretty good. I think even after that one, within 1 week, somebody actually drove over the curb and hit out the stop signs because they didn't really notice that we put a curb in there. But I mean, since then, it corrects their behavior and stuff like that. So typically in instances like this, we either try to grade it, keep people to the outside, or put in curbs or something like try to curb people from driving in there. Anyway, back to this situation. The residents have been I mean, it's been going on 10 years. I think they're tired of seeing it like this. They want something done. So I talked to them this spring about it and presented a couple options to them. One definitely was, trying to dig a ditch in there and move the road to the outside. Hopefully the drivers will continue going to the outside. I know from our experience, it doesn't last very long here. Maybe we'll get 4 or 5 years out of it before the drivers are actually driving to the inside. Another option would be to, and I did present to them, is just buy a triangle piece in there, right? So if the county purchased a triangle piece in there, we'd be able to push their fence back away from the edge of the road. And from the close-up, you can see that the amount of property is 0.003 of an acre. So we're looking at 10 square meters of area that we would have to purchase to accommodate this. I didn't get favorable buy-in with them at this point. They're more concerned about speed of traffic, and also they weren't in favor of selling any land. So another option is turning it into a 4-way stop or like a 2-way stop, right? It doesn't make, I'm just throwing stuff out. There's stuff you have to consider, right? So had the 4 options out there. Purchasing the land, by the time you do all your survey, legal, registration, stuff like that, I'm guessing around $15,000. To actually do some dirt work on there with surveying, which would include to build a ditch around there, build the road up, try to push everybody out there. You're looking at, $15,000 to $20,000. And those are my 3 of them. I had 4 options on there. Yeah, so leave, and of course just leave the road as, which pretty much what I've been doing till now, and just grading it and hopefully the traffic falls around there. What I found with this one here, we were good for a couple of years. What tends to happen is usually you get some kids that are in there, or younger people, or people. A lot of it is driver behavior. This is all a driver behavior thing. So what you'll do is you'll get some younger kids or something like that. They like driving fast, take the corners and stuff like that. I know a few years ago we had a business in there. They were pulling trailers in there. Of course, pulling trailers, they sneak the corners in and stuff like that too. So yeah, explain it to you. Got some costs in there. Those are the 4 options we're looking at. I prefer just to leave it as it is. We have lots of these around there. We have been dealing with them as such. The other option, which I told them I'd consider or throw around, is actually trying to build a ditch through there, straighten the road out a little bit more so people are farther from the fence, right? Or purchase land. Purchasing land's easiest, and we leave as is, and then they don't have to worry about their property, so.
All right, so we have some options. Is there any questions for Terry on this? Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, I think. Can I get some direction? Dan.
How close to the road can you put a road sign? So if you were to put a road sign in that corner, warning people that it's a sharp corner, then there's something that they need to avoid. Maybe they'll take the corner a little wider.
I mean, we could put a road sign anywhere in our property, road allowance. So we can put it right up against the fence or in the middle of the road. We do have 2 big checker signs. So when you're going southbound, there's a big chevron with an arrow pointing that way. And the same thing too, westbound, there's one pointing the other way. It's signs typically won't, I mean, they could warn motorists, but this is just driver behavior, right? It's just how motorists behave. It's tough to change that. And most of the time when we take all our courses and do stuff there too, we have we have a gut that we can change your behavior or change something for that, you're better off accommodating roads to accommodate driver behavior. It's just the way drivers act and behave, right?
Dan?
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. So driver behavior, according to this picture here, is to stay 2 meters away from that fence post. Well, if there was a sign 2 meters away from that fence post, drivers are going to stay 2 meters away from that sign. They're not going to be taking a chance of knocking their mirrors off on that sign that warns of a sharp corner. So you put the sign on the inside corner and they got to avoid something.
Yeah, and if you set something up and they damage their vehicle on it, it's a tough one. Our gut instinct is put up Jersey barriers with spikes on it. They will only do it once, right? But that's us being angry with it and trying to deal with it. I mean, it's no different than the residents there having to fix their fence, right? It's just better off buying the land, moving their property back, or they have to fix their fence. I mean, their fence is broken, somebody hits it, they have a legal obligation. They can go and go after them for costs and stuff like that too. So it's best we move forward. Most of our subdivisions, we just buy the corner off and then accommodates the turning radius.
Adina?
I just wanted to verify. You did say, though, that the homeowners aren't interested in selling any land?
At the time I talked to them the spring, no. And then I did talk to them last week again and suggested that it's the best solution, but they weren't interested.
Mark?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that when we're doing subdivisions and stuff, specifically multi-lot, whether it's industrial, residential, whatever, like that 45-degree cutoff is like a key thing for accommodating roads, especially in 90-degree bends. It's common practice in cities and stuff like that, but historically, being the age of things, that wasn't the practice. So we're definitely doing better now than what we've done before, and we haven't had many multi-lot residential subdivisions or industrial subdivisions come up as of late. But that 45 is key. Terry's been involved in rebuilding roads because we got roads that cross private property. At one point in time, I think we had over 100 instances throughout the county. And council's direction at that time was, when the road comes up for construction, that's when we'll move in and correct things. Or if that landowner brings that issue forward to the county, we'll prioritize it at that point. Really, to me, you know, I've got to reflect back on Range Road 14.5, going past Westland Acres north to Brooks Farm Center when we were looking to get that road paved as part of the economic stimulus funding that we received. We got told that they weren't interested in seeing the road paved because people were already driving through their fence and they didn't want more traffic to drive through their fence, and that's on a straight road. That's not even on a 90-degree corner. My perspective on this is it's most economical and of the best interest of the taxpayer to really do nothing at all. The second option, in my opinion, is to take the 45-degree angle corner cut off and put the fence posts in for the landowner and call it done. But to be moving roads and stuff like that to try to correct the motorist behavior, I understand the thought process on putting a sign in place. Put a sign in place, we're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of that. So if somebody does take it out, we're probably going to be going back and sending somebody half an hour down the road in the picker truck with a new post and a new sign and probably frozen conditions and having to do Alberta One Call locates, and it's going to be a $1,000 sign every time we put it in, maybe even $2,000 sign. I don't know. It makes some logical sense, but it doesn't make the most sense in my perspective. So food for thought in your decision-making process here.
Holly?
I'm a little confused because your kind of preferred option would be to buy the land, but the landowner's not interested. So
leave it alone.
I'm kind of wondering why you came, the landowner wanted you to bring it to us. Like, why did you ask to make a decision to do nothing? I'm confused.
That came as a request from the landowner and the councillor to bring it before yourselves for some decision making or some direction for administration.
Okay, Kelly.
Okay, so this one's been, well, I've been dealing with it probably for 4 months, not as long as Terry has for sure. I'm just wondering if it's an issue on this corner, why is it not a quarter mile east on that speed curve, what road or what driver behavior is different from this on this curve to the next curve?
Because the quarter mile to the east, the road allowance actually bends.
So that is a legal road allowance that bends?
Yes,
Okay.
the two solid black lines on the outside of the dashed line are the road allowance.
Okay. I wondered if it had been moved as well and why it's not a 45. Yeah. So anyway, this came at the request of the ratepayer. She requested that it be in our minutes as being discussed by council. And then I guess based on the outcome of this conversation, she will go from there. She'll map her direction as she wishes after that. That's what I heard her say. So I'm willing to take staff recommendations on this. As you know, I lean towards the professionals in decision making. I'm not a road builder. I do want to go with your recommendation. I've only talked to one party in the household about the possible land purchase. I haven't talked to both. But if you want, I can talk to the other party as well. I want to go with staff recommendation. I know that doesn't help.
No, that's so I'm treating that as a response for that. So I guess it's on the table now for us to vote on it. So all in favor of Kelly's response? Oh, just a second.
So are we clear on what the staff recommendation is? Because I've heard two. I've heard one say, leave it alone, and I've heard another say, let's talk about buying it and doing some repairs there. So what is the first response? Mm-hmm.
And just for clarity, I'm saying leave it alone because the recent discussion was that they're still not interested in selling.
Okay.
So unless there's a different direction from council to secure the land, I just want to make that
clear.
So the RFC on the table is option 1. Is that correct? Leave the road as is and continue to grade to encourage motorists to travel on the road allowance. Okay, all in favor of that? Carried. Okay. You can continue.
Okay, Kinbrook Connection grand opening and highway signage. So this is a thought of something that has been brought forward to the region for both local and tourist benefit, and really getting some information out there by having an event, spreading the word, celebrating success, and bringing really the first pathway in our region, connecting a provincial park to our office and ultimately the city of Brooks. So before you is just a suggestion, looking for the request for clarification on how you would like to proceed with proceeding with a grand opening event, and additionally, is there something more we need to be doing along highways or other locations to get people directed to where the trailheads are to get on the pathway? So a couple of things there mixed in with this RFC and looking for your direction. Any questions you have, I will do my best to assist.
All right, any questions for Mark on this? Lynette.
I always look to what other people have done. Is there some suggestions of what other places have done about trailheads and having signage up and whatnot?
I guess the route that I'm looking at right now with the engineering firm is there's an app called All Trails. It's something widely used in the mountains and whatnot. I can see Councillor Scanderup uses it. I know that I use it for my hobbies and activities in fall. Widely used, It gets reviewed by users that have login accounts and stuff. Help spread the word. We've put it out there. I think you want to see that infrastructure utilized as much as you want to see your potable water lines utilized, your roads utilized. I don't think you want the assets sitting there not getting used. So anything and everything that we can do in that regard to get it out there for the public and attract them. Hopefully some people will come and visit and stay in hotels and benefit the local economy. Other than that, it benefits our local people, because everything around Lake Stafford and the city of Brooks pops up on all trails for me, as well as other pathways. So I think that's really the free way of getting the word out. But if you want to see additional signage placed in places along like 3-digit highways or county roadways to direct to trailheads or key access points, we can look at that as well, which I threw some numbers in there for your consideration. As for grand opening event, really, I'd really be looking at striking a small committee of a couple of you to come up with the idea of what you want to do. Do you do it here in the parking lot? Do you collaborate with parks and do it down at their end? Do you do a cycling thing? Or who knows? The potential is really limited to your imagination. So just looking for some direction and what gets thrown into budgets. So.
Any other questions for Mark? Lynette?
Would that be in the spring when the other part of it is finished? Or?
So Pathways looking at being on track for completion in the fall of 2024. So that'll be the 6 kilometers in between right now from where we end at Bantry Bay. And this is focused around the Kinbrook Connection Pathway, not the Lake Newell Resort leg of things. And I only say that because that is the priority that is on the books right now, and your 2024 budget has the Lake Newell Resort Pathway in there, and maybe that's something else you'd like to explore with this as well. I don't know.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, how do we want to direct Mark? There's 3 options available. Basically, the second option, Mark, is just to include alternative amounts. Is that correct, rather than the 20,000?
Sky's the limit with you guys.
Holly?
I guess I'm a little unclear where you want to put the signs, because I mean, when you're taking a trail at Waterton, for example, you can get off the trail pretty easy. It's pretty easy here to tell where the trail goes. So I think it's more important marking people to where to start is probably what we need, kind of directing them to that area, or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it with somebody else to identify where the key points are. Is it a sign right outside of our office to direct them to the parking lot? Is it a sign off of 18-0 down by Bantry Bay to direct people into that? Or we've already heard that the residents there don't really want to attract more than necessary. So that's why I've kind of left that as kind of a floating unknown, but some money to do something more. Collaborating with parks or whatever with their highway signage saying Kinbrook Island this way. Maybe it also says the Kinbrook Connection Pathway below it. That's where my head is kind of at with this suggestion.
Okay, direction from Neil?
Yeah, isn't it kind of hard to come up with a number? Like, I think we should have a real splash when we open it and the signage. And why can't we just come back after you figure out what it's going to cost? Like, obviously we need signage out there, especially to get in the Kinbrook end, show people where to go and to start. And now's our chance. We spent $3 million out there. Let's blow our horn a little bit. And I don't know if you can put a grand opening on for 10,000 or 15 or 5. I have no idea, Holly. But let's do it and do a good job of it.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, I think for our purposes for interim budget, it's looking for, is there support for the concept? Pardon me. If the numbers aren't big enough to accomplish whatever the committee strikes out to do, then we'd be back to the trough asking for the blessing to make it bigger. I think you can get a lot done for $5,000. $5,000 and some creativity. Everybody gets a hot dog and a juice box, and they get to run 14 kilometers to a provincial park.
Well, that would be great.
Okay, so any other questions for Mark on that? Can I get some direction? Adina?
Well, I think since we spent all the money to make this thing, that some good signs would be great so people know where to start. Because, yeah, it's pretty easy to follow the path once you're on it. So I would really like to go with option 1, throw a nice, maybe not a salty hot dog, but something, and have a celebration and get people to know where it is and how to get there. And yeah, let's really promote this since we put so much into it.
Okay, thanks, Adina. So option 1 is on the table. What can I get a vote on that, please? That's carried. All right. Next, Mark.
Okay, next item. We talked about this a little bit on our field day tour. Stopped at the Bow City Information Tourist Map sign. Council is able to see how degraded and faded and everything else that sign was. Included in this package are pictures of all of the signs. You can see that the 2 that face north are almost in mint condition as if they were installed yesterday. Everything else, however, is looking terrible. And really my thought behind this one is the map is only as good for the day that it was created. If council in the future directed administration to pave a roadway, the map is automatically out of date. It doesn't truly reflect what we have going on in our region. And as suggested on the bus that day, recommendation is that we just remove these signs. And I say that confidently because I believe at least 9 out of 10 people, if not 9.5 or 9.99% of 10 people carry a smartphone in their hand regularly. And if you're going to look to try to get yourself somewhere, you're probably going to be looking at Google or Apple Maps or whatever service provider you use.
Holly?
I'd like to make a motion for option 2.
So option 2 is, let me just look here.
No more signs.
The Committee of the Whole directs administration not to include any amount. Okay. Any more discussion on that? Neil?
Yeah, one question. Don't we have a motion from several years ago through the bandits that you guys were going to put Cale McCarr up on the roadway signs? That was passed, made by Hubie Callan?
So just clarification on that one, that is the community entrance signs. That is not the information map signs. So 2 different signages that we have out in the county right now.
All right, so we have, am I on? There we are. So we have a response on the table. Can I get an all in favor on that? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Dan?
That recommendation just says don't put any money into the signs. That means we leave them there? Or does that mean we remove the signs? What was the...
No, suggestion would be to remove the signs. Some of them, if I'm anticipating here, some of them have the fire ban signs attached to them. I think we would just cut the posts off and leave that in place for now, but that is something else that we are talking about with leaning out some of our operations and costs with those signs as well.
So we're voting to not put money in, but to remove the signs.
Adina?
I would like to see the fire ban signs leave as well, because that was just really confusing last summer. So we're going to take these signs out. Again, everybody's got a smartphone. If they want to know whether or not there's a fire ban on, let them look it up. Get rid of those because I had more than one person tell me I didn't know what I was talking about, that there was a fire ban on. So I'd like to just see them go. That's my recommendation.
Okay, so we have an RFC on the table right now. So can we get any more comment on that specific RFC? Neil?
Would you read it? What is it? Like, maybe I kind of agree with Adina.
Matt?
I will read it. We can deal with the fire ban signs separately at a future council meeting, but for the purpose of the information signs, option 2, that committee of the whole directs administration to not include any amount for replacement of information map signs in the 2024 interim budget that will be referred to council for approval.
Thank you, Matt. All right, can I get a vote on in favor of option 2? That is carried. Go ahead.
We're good. Okay, the next one. Hamlet of Lake Newell Resort Community Association request to install storm sewer pipe in the existing surface drain ditch. So this one is coming from the community association. Their meeting minutes have been attached. We've got emails attached as well. We also have the engineering drawings from when the county proceeded with the Eastern Irrigation District to improve drainage through Block 4, which is in the south and west corner of the hamlet, where Block 5 drainage and other Lake Newell Resort Road, the main road through the hamlet, drainage was being directed through that block, and it was causing negative impact to homeowners with flood issues and stuff. Grass swales don't do well with conveyance of water generally. They do silt up over time. They need to be cleaned out. And through Block 4, the green space behind the residences is the common property of the condominium association. With that, we looked for solutions to improve their situation, and the solution was to dig a ditch through Block 5, the MR parcel, which you've been discussing with various people for the past year or so, and take that drainage north, redirecting it west to the same stormwater pond or outlet area as it was going to be going anyway, as per the images included. So that's what's been done. And now the request is that we do something to improve the safety and the beautification of that parcel from its unsightly drain state. I'll just remind council that we have overland drainage, open drains like this everywhere, and it's the most cost-effective means for us to convey water when it needs to be. To pipe it, we're going to have to look at a couple of manholes, and the storm sewer pipe, we're going to have to take the excavated soil, which is stored just to the north of the drain right now, bring it back in and get it all compacted in place if that is the case. I didn't really include a figure in this because my high level estimate is probably about $500,000, but I could be way out to lunch on that because I don't know what storm sewer pipe costs these days. I don't know what the manhole cost is going to be, and I just don't know. So I didn't throw that in there for this discussion, but thought I'd throw it in there to satisfy the request from the community association as per their minutes. And I'll do my best to answer any questions that committee has.
Neil?
If you'd have said $10,000, not $500,000, I'd have said too much. We've been out there 10 times. It's that little drain between the boat shed and, yeah, it's not that bad. We've already given them irrigation system, trees to plant to cover that up. I don't know. This is way, it's crazy to tell you the truth.
Mark, can you tell me, as far as overland drains, I know we have them everywhere. Do we have them anywhere else in an MR? Because this is an MR spot. And this MR spot was in prior to the drain, was it not?
The MR was in place prior to the drain. Block 5, the westerly lots in the cul-de-sac, actually have a drainage easement registered within their property. And when I was looking at this with the EID, it was more or less that, we can probably return that land to those properties if we dig the ditch through the county's MR parcel. So kind of a win-win situation to Block 5, Block 4, and everything else that we had going on there. You're just dealing with a different time, and you're looking at a group right now that's looking to do something with that MR parcel. The side slopes on that are fairly steep. They've had safety concerns over it from the day that I built it, about people on snowmobiles, off-highway vehicles, whatever, running in the ditch. I'm not sure that I agree with some of those opinions, but it's really up to the operator of those vehicles to know where they're driving and what safety hazards they may be encountering. And to the best of my knowledge to date, there's been nothing. So the safety aspect I struggle with a little bit. It's not like I can really go out there and fence it either, because that was something that I proposed to them when we did that. I said, but fences pose a risk to people operating those machines as well, right? Yeah, don't do that. So we didn't do that. We've left it the way that it is. And it's been a continued discussion, but it's been the last 12 to 18 months where this has really resurfaced. The ditch, when it was dug, what have I got for history on that? 2011, 2012. It's been in its state since that period of time. So we're a decade down the road, and this is just a request of the Community Association now for Council's consideration and direction to administration.
Holly?
I will just share that Scandia has a very steep ditch, and when it was first done, if I will go off the road, no one's got off the road. There hasn't been accidents. It works. I thought it was too steep too, but it's worked.
So, MRs are places that are for trees, parks, part of the municipal reserve for area to be used by the municipality, the residents, and with the ditch going put in there after the fact, that kind of takes that away from those residents, because that aerostructure plan or that development plan included that MR at the state that it was, not the state that it is now. That's my big concern, that if they wanted to put a park in, they can't do it because of the ditch.
Yeah, all they need is a culvert, a little bridge, 15 feet or something at the bottom of the ditch. If Mark's numbers are anywhere close, we just can't spend that kind of money out there. There's absolutely no way. And before we do, if we're thinking of it, let's go out there and have a look, because it's not all that bad. A 16-inch culvert, 30 feet long, at the bottom of the ditch, at the most.
No, I hear where you're coming from. It's a question of what was there first, the MR that was there first. Well, I care because we went in there and we built a ditch after the fact. That MR was in there where those people bought the lots with that MR in place without the ditch. So that's all that I'm saying. This could be anywhere. It could be in Rolling Hills or wherever. This is an MR that is to divide the area between the commercial lot and the residential lots. A ditch went through. If it's satisfactory for a bridge with a culvert, that's something that we should probably look at. And if that's satisfying to the residents, then maybe that's a route to go. But I think some options should be known.
I agree that the way the ditch sits out there right now, if there was little kids playing, they'd go down the side and they'd get all wet going through the ditch. But if there was a bridge there that they could walk across, and it doesn't have to be $500,000, it can be very, very minimal and still be really nice.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think some options, Neil, need to be pursued. Go ahead, Mark.
Just a point of clarification, the red line running through the MR going up and down, short of the 3 properties on the west end of that cul-de-sac, nobody else has access because that is all private land. So if you're talking about a bridge for access, it's actually going to be going through the existing road ditch of the Lake Newell Resort Road. It's not going to be across that ditch. Well, and maybe it's 100,000. I don't know. I would need to get a design done on that and get a contractor to quote on it to see where we really fall. So that is something that is another option for committee, that direct administration to get, give me $20,000 to get a design done, $10,000 to get a design done. Like, I don't know, and get it looked at. And really my head only goes to the fact that if you're going to consider piping anything, you only pipe it to the north limits of the MR, and everything that sits north of that sits on Eastern Irrigation District land. You leave the rest alone. But that's, I guess, the other alternative is you can direct me to get something more prepared, because I'm going to have to get an engineer's stamp on the storm pipe to be put in the ground and approved by Alberta Environment.
Lynette.
Just to clarify, like in your description at the beginning, Mark, you talked about there was a ditch easement on those other lots there, and then the ditch was moved over. So why did that happen if this is so horrible to have it on a municipal reserve? I've walked through that ditch. It's not that steep.
Yeah, really, it's not the easement on the rear of those 3 or 4 properties is not a significant ditch. It's more of a swale at the rear of the property to catch watershed off of them, which was again going to direct it south to Lake Newell Resort Road and through Block 4. And I don't know how all of that come about, but that direction of diverting water, that direction has had a negative impact in Block 4. And they've been struggling with it for over, well, my 15 years, because that's all I've heard about from them. And since we've done the ditch, we've had no issues in Block 4 come forward. So as far as I was concerned, that project was a success, and we've been moving forward. If it's the care, the upkeep, things like that, it's a ditch. How much money does council want to put into care and upkeep of ditches would be the reciprocal question with it, and how do we look at manicuring it to make it work?
Kelly?
I'm just going to ask the question, and it can land where it will land with anybody, and it'll be different to everybody. Is this in any way possible, could be sour grapes over our decision last spring to allow the industrial next door?
I can speak to that. No, this has been an issue for some time, so this isn't really sour grapes. So the reason why it's coming forth now is we have a pretty active voice at Lake Newell Resort, yeah, they're just requesting things done.
So then that begs the next question. It's serving a purpose. Would they like it to be filled in and deal with the overland flooding that it cured?
Remember, Block 4 is the block across the street. Block 4 is not Sandpiper Estates. So the Sandpiper Estates MR is being affected by the drainage from Block 4 after the MR was put in. So the MR, under my understanding, and I could be wrong, MRs are to be used by the residents for open space if they want to take care of it, if they want to put a park on it, put a playground on it, things like that. With a ditch going through it, that can't be done in that space. So that's my argument. Lynette?
When you're dealing with overland flooding, a lot of times it has to do with spring runoff. If you're going to fill that in and use manholes and pipe underneath, those freeze up. you could still end up with issues. An open ditch is always much more effective. I'd like to propose option 2 and just leave it as is.
Neil?
Yeah, I like that option. Good proposal. But if we're going to do anything, let's drive out there and look at it, because there's lots of room out there. There's lots of room for trees. We've already bought the trees. We say we'll put in a sprinkler system for them. We bent over backwards on this little chunk of ground. It's getting to be, yeah, I totally agree with your motion.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we have on the floor option 2 as proposed. Can I get an all in favor on option 2? That's carried. All right, next.
Here's the fun one. Paving plan and paving priorities review. Been around this a few times with committee and council. We do this every year at interim budget presentation, and you always have a final say at final budget as well. So I've put the RFC together and included practically everything that I've included in the past for your consideration, looking for committee's direction as to how we present budget to council in the future. If there is a change in priorities, be aware that there's only so much funding. Yeah, looking for council's or committee's input on the paving plan and priorities as it stands today. And yeah, gladly answer any questions.
Okay, questions. Ellen?
Now, Matt, the current funding, is that not mostly needed for all the overlays, all the maintenance, the overlays? Is there even any money to be considered for a new pavement project?
Matt?
Yeah, I'll take that one. If you look in your budget binders on page 35, there is a forecast for the paving fund. The first new pavement that we're looking at is Old Highway 1. From the 875 to the 876, we've got it slated for engineering in 2027 and potentially paving in 2028. Page 35 of 152. No, if you go into behind your R surplus tab in your binder. That schedule shows the annual contribution from property tax to the paving fund, as well as the individual projects slated to come out of the paving fund. And this is based on new pavement. I think we bumped it up to 650,000 per kilometer. We were estimating at 600. And you will see that that draw in 2028 puts us in a small deficit for the paving fund at the end of 2028. Hopefully along the way from here to there, we've got local government fiscal framework capital funding that helps make up some of that difference.
Adina?
Well, in the with the idea of growth hamlets, I would really like to see us get started on this paving the old number 1. It's been on the top of the list for a while, and I think now might be a good time to get started with the engineering design on it, and then see how things go with the LGFF and maybe paving it, engineering in 2024, paving possibly in 2025. Looks like it might be a good time to do that. Anyone else?
Do you have I don't care which road we pave, but I'd like to pave the most used road. Is there any usage figures to back up that list, or is that just a councillor picked favorites?
No, Old Highway 1 for sure. Old Highway 1 for sure. You can tell by the tracks in the road. Ask Terry.
It's the most used road?
We don't have traffic counts. So we can't answer that in terms of traffic counts, but anecdotally, I bet Terry and Mark sitting over there have some good ideas what roads get beat up the most in the county. Our grader operators would have a even better idea.
Okay.
Helen.
Now, the road that goes, it's the 15.5 South, going from the number 1 to Viterra. That one had a great expansion done, and I think that especially traffic from Pisano, Rosemary, Gem producers would use that road a lot, I would think.
I do agree with Ellen on that versus the old number 1. If you look at use of industry, I do agree with you that that is our best kick at the can, along with the truck route overpass or truck route from the highway number 1 into Silver Sage Road. That one is I think is a priority for me to speed up industry work. Anybody else have any comments? I'm talking about the new truck route going from outside of Horizon Enterprises on the old number 1 highway and it goes straight across over to Silver Sage Road. That's a truck route, and that'll pull trucks out of the city of Brooks. Is that correct, Mark?
That's what it's designed. Well, that's the philosophy behind it, in a way. And the corner of Old Highway 1 at 7th Street, or the former 873 in the city, is a tight corner for that truck traffic to negotiate because of the proximity to the railway and the angle. And plus you now have the mosque there that I know the city has wrestled with traffic along Old Highway 1 being parked there on a regular basis. I think they finally got it under control, but that's what that truck route was designed to do, was to give them a more accessible means and to stay away from the railway crossings on that angle and that intersection, as well as an alternative to avoid Sutherland Drive through the city of Brooks, which used to be used regularly.
Any other comments on the paving list? Adina.
Well, now I'm a little confused because I thought Ellen was talking about a different road entirely than what you just talked about. And I'm still going to say there is a lot of traffic. It might not be heading to Viterra, but there is a lot of traffic on that old number 1 highway. And it gets dug up pretty bad. And if we want, I just see as if Tilly's going to be a growth hamlet, then let's do some good things to get people to Tilly. That back road gets used a lot. And like I say, it's been at the top of the list for so long. Let's get the engineering started on it.
Dan.
I know with the paving plan, I mean, it's the plan. But is it set out to be done in 2027 because that's when we'll have enough reserves built up to afford it? Or that's just an arbitrary date when we decided if we moved this up a year, 2, 3 years, whatever it is, are we putting ourselves in a financial hardship potential?
If you're talking about just completing the engineering, you can accomplish that with the fund. Moving from engineering to construction is where the rub comes, right? So you could easily engineer the project and sit on it for a year or two. If our fortunes change and a whole bunch of new assessment shows up, you may be able to advance the project sooner than what we're projecting in that paving fund projection.
Lynette?
I'm not sure where I would send the next list to, but as far as the old number one, that's your choice to drive the gravel. You have a perfectly good 2-lane highway just a little further north. You could drive pavement if you wanted to. So I would look elsewhere for my number one pick.
Holly?
Just some clarification. Are we not doing any overlays the next 2 years? Or is it like it's not on this one, so they're different. I'm kind of confused.
Yes, so what you're seeing here is the paving and paving overlay plan in front of you. And I believe this is the updated one, yeah, 2024 interim budget. There is engineering that is slated to be completed for overlays in 2024.
So if we went and moved up the paving, we're putting ourselves in a precarious situation perhaps because we're talking millions of outlay, right?
Engineering won't be millions. Yeah, but if you were going
paving.
to bump up a paving project, yeah, you're talking millions to get new pavement out there. Our estimate for Highway 1, just over 7 million.
Dan? One more question on those estimates. Is that 7 million is what you estimate it would cost if in today's dollars, or is that in 2028 dollars?
That is 650,000 in today's dollars, inflated at 3% year over year. So it does get you to $28 at 3%. I can't tell you where price of oil is going to be at or any of that stuff, right? So these are loose estimates, right? Take that into account. It's not going to cost you $7,043,000 at the end of the day, but that's the ballpark based on the numbers we've got today.
Holly?
Mark, if we push back the paving overlays by a year or two, are we putting our roads in? I know you're quite picky on your timelines. What happens if we move it back?
Well, actually not picky on timelines whatsoever. What Jeff has been doing in the department is getting an engineer in to do an assessment on the road condition to determine what needs to be done for a preservation strategy and the most cost-effective preservation strategy. So that's where the engineering costs come in. It's not necessarily like we're not looking at doing a design on an overlay. We're looking at doing an engineered design on building a road that's currently a gravel road to a paved road. So they're looking at condition, they're looking what kind of surface treatment. Generally the hot mix asphalt overlay is what has traditionally been done. There are other cost-effective strategies out there that may at some point be something that we should be looking at. Doing a microsurfacing overlay or seal coating or things like that. You guys probably heard some of that at trade show and stuff, but those are alternative options out there, and some companies are promoting that a couple years after you put brand new asphalt down, you should be doing a seal coat on it. And that takes the wear and tear and preserves your original investment. There's various philosophies out there, but from that assessment of the engineers, they will better instruct us as to the timing of when we should be looking at doing that preservation strategy and the cost behind it. So year 17 through 20 is kind of when we want to look at those things, and we're just being mindful of how many cracks and how much crack sealing and stuff we're doing on those roads and potholes. And fortunately for our region, we do extremely well with our pavement investment and preservation, and we extend the useful life as long as we can.
Neil?
I'm just thinking, what would be wrong with a couple baby projects, like over by Tim Thompson's a mile? I know, in from the highway up to the aqueduct site, across over into the little lake over there. We were talking about that before. It's a quarter mile. That's two little ones.
2 million.
Yeah, but it's only 2 million, not 7. I don't know. I have a hard time. I could see Adina's point, but I also could see the point of out at Viterra, but those are pretty monster projects. And if we could just, I'd rather tangle with a couple small ones just to get some boots in the ground to get going on this and do them right away.
Lynette?
My gut is just saying hang tough and wait to see what LGFF balances out like, and to see whether we're got anything to even look forward to. Like, we could be kind of strapped when it comes to that.
I would like to add the 182 on this list. I brought that up before from 8 to the 875. Is that right? 875? 873. Yeah, 873. I think that's a mile of road that is doable, as Neil said. Yeah. Holly?
I was going to say I'm on board with Lynette to just wait until we have more money in the pot. There's just not enough money sitting there to do any paving projects right now, in my opinion.
Kelly?
I like the idea as well. The idea of knocking some small ones off, that means the larger ones get kicked out longer. And that's what I'm sitting with, are larger ones in my division. So yeah, we can play all day at the smaller ones, but that just means the bigger ones get knocked back every time. Just a thought. This Latham run has been never investigated, but it's a big project, and it's an easy one to kick off every council that comes on. So I'm in favor of Lynette's idea as well. Wait and see.
Adina?
So wait and see on the paving. Do you also mean wait and see on the engineering part of it? Because that's not millions of dollars.
Lynette?
I just don't see the point of doing the engineering until you're ready to do the project, right? And then that's all just, your cost is all at the same time.
Dan?
I think the costs are separated by a year if I'm reading that chart right.
Yeah.
And the engineering won't be wasted because it is already done, and it'll hold, the engineering will still work in 4 or 5 years. The potential benefit for doing the engineering sooner than later would be sends a signal to those ratepayers that, no, we're actually going to do this, and look, there is something that's coming down the road. Perhaps maybe the LGFF works our way and we say, yeah, we can move it up earlier. And then you can, because the engineering is done. And perhaps it comes back and you say, no, we can't even stick to our original timelines, in which case you've spent your money on your engineering and you're still not wasted, but you're still waiting. So I don't see the real harm in doing the engineering early. I do see some benefits. But then it's kind of committing us into our paving plan that we have, and that's the next major road we do.
Kelly?
It also sends the next council into that work, right? And so we're leaving hangovers again. So that's an idea. The other thing is, engineering is always changing. What if, this is 3 years out? What if engineering changes slightly on roads? Just a thought. I don't know. And yeah, we're telling council which would be the next project. Is that our decision?
Helen?
And we really haven't decided on the hierarchy of roads, have we?
Matt?
Yeah, the hierarchy has been determined, and it's this hierarchy, unless council directs administration to change the order of projects. So when administration looks at your paving and overlay plan, it is how it's laid out and published on the website, has been for years. We do go through the annual, bringing this up to reconfirm. Some of the questions we heard today with regards to traffic counts. So if you wanted to change philosophy and say, well, hang on, we're going to move away from connecting communities, that philosophy. We want to pave the most highly traveled road. And what metric are we going to use? Well, administration, go chase some traffic counts for us and bring that back so we can change the priority order based on traffic counts. Or you can have whatever philosophy you want for which road gets paved next. Small ones, quick wins, remnants of projects which should have been completed before. That's well within your realm, but the current priority listing is what we have in front of you until we hear different.
Neil?
I think we'd have a heck of a time. I'd have a heck of a time going with that list just the way it is without some more information. I don't think we could agree on which road to do. So why waste the money on the engineering? Because it can all change.
Holly?
In a similar vein, this is years away. There's no point spending another hour debating what should get paved first. We don't have the money. It's just a mute conversation. We can leave it the way it is, and we have some money, have a new conversation.
So what is the, if there was a different hierarchy, what we wanted to do, what procedure, how do we do that? Or keep it the same? Do we vote on this right now, or do we vote on a change, or how does that work, Matt?
Well, depending on the direction Committee of the Whole wants to provide administration, if you're looking at changing the order, somebody could make a motion in that regard, that administration bring the draft budget back with Township Road 18-2 as the next road in the priority listing. Yeah, you're only limited by your imagination on this one. If you want to leave it as is, you can accept this as information. You could make that motion if you wanted to make it official, but the way it is right now is based on the existing priority listing matched up with when we think we'll have enough funds to get the next project complete. And then next project is Old Highway 1 out to Tilly.
Okay, can I have some direction on this, Council?
You got my direction, and you guys all shot me down, so.
I said leave as is.
So from what I see is we'll just, okay, go ahead, Holly.
We leave the paving plan as is at the present time.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question. Leaving the 20-year paving plan the way it is right now. Can I get all in favor on that? Oh, Neil has a question.
Could we grab some more information and maybe have a look at that paving plan? Like some road counts, or because there's three really good projects there: Latham, Castles, and Old Number 1.
Matt.
Yeah, I guess if you could let us know what specific information you're looking for on those stretches of road. So I'm hearing you'd like to see traffic counts completed on all of the roads. Am I understanding it right?
Okay, Lynette.
I don't think traffic counts the way to go, because if a road is gravel, there will be a lot of people who will choose the paved road. So traffic counts, I don't think, tells you what you want to know. If you build it, they will come. That's also another thing to think about. So yeah, I don't agree with the traffic counts.
Okay. Dan?
And I'll just say what she said, because that's what I was going to say. Yeah, the traffic count doesn't tell the whole story because exactly that. If I'm on the old number 1, head towards Rolling Hills, and I'm going to Tilly, I'm going up to the number 1 and over. I won't take the gravel road because I drive on enough gravel as it is. But if it was paved, I sure would be taking that road. Same can be said for and it's a different story because it is a provincial highway. I believe it's the 525 hour road going down to the back road towards Bow Island, whichever Bow place that is. It doesn't get used often because it's gravel. If it was paved, it might get used more. So a traffic count's not going to tell us what should be done there. It's a small indicator, but it doesn't tell the story.
Okay, so direction. Where do we want to go with this? Oh, we have, okay, what is the motion we have on the floor right now?
Yeah, Councillor Holly Johnson moved to leave the paving plan as is.
Okay, so can I get a vote on that, please? All in favor? So that's carried. All right. Thanks for your direction on that, Mark. Okay, so I guess we'll go to the airport.
Exciting times, the airport. What do you know? Can we go to the next one? Any questions on the airport? Status quo. City of Brooks manages the Brooks Airport, and you've got information with respect to the Bazzano Airport, and that's really where it sits.
Dan?
Yeah, I had one from reading through the budget there that there was plans on putting jet fuel at the airport. Have you heard anything about that? What the reasoning is and who's using the jet fuel, or if there's some kind of an upgrade? Because I've heard nothing through the airport commission.
Well, they got the avgas put in there a while back. I want to say that's probably 5 or 6 years ago now that the city manages, and they're breaking even on that for sure. The jet fuel was a discussion, and I haven't had anything come back my way, and I rely on the City of Brooks to push the budget this way. So to me, it's kind of a dead issue at the time. Similar to a decade or more ago, they were talking about lengthening out the runway and such as well to accommodate larger aircraft, and we kind of heard our Premier speak about that as well on the address on the last day of conference, that extending out runways, especially for wildfire seasons and things that they need to get in and out of there for people and whatnot. I don't know if that's going to rejuvenate that discussion around here either, but that's, yeah, everything's just kind of status quo. So.
Any more questions for Mark on that? Okay, we'll go ahead to the next one.
So water function, just every year NRSC increases, they bear the cost of increases to treating water and delivery of potable water to residents. So this goes back to our utilities department with 3% increase to utility rates for water. Taking a good look at a lot of the numbers here, and NRSC seems to be getting a better handle on things as time have gone. So you see a number of decreases in the management and contract repairs and maintenance. Hopefully that repair and maintenance stays down in a way. That's a statement to the condition of our water system. Same with the other general services, eliminating money out of there that just isn't necessary year over year. So you've got rural water hookups and stuff that we deal with. The IM hardware and stuff has come out. Other expenditures, treated water from NRSC is up about $38,000 per year. Water meters, as we need to change those things out and whatnot, and then rural water flow emitters as well. On the capital side, you're investing in the community with the rural water phase 2 at approximately $10.8 million, but Jeff may have an update on some of those figures. And then in the urban areas, we've had this discussion before. NRSC has struggled to get same access to properties for the sampling of water, which is Alberta Environment kind of driving that from their last assessment of things. So installing water sample stations continues, and I think we got 2 years left on that to see them complete that, because we had a year of carry forwards. So that's really where your water function sits. And yeah, I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have with respect to water.
Any questions for Mark? No questions, Mark.
Wastewater, more thrilling. It's at the back end of things, right? So we've had some interesting things come up. Sewer line flushing has been something that has come to light again. We've been trying to get it on a cycle that makes sense in each community based on how many people are on the systems and stuff, to ensure the pipelines are clear and reduce the likelihood of backups in homes and whatnot. Something we learned this year, even with our facility here, is a lot of the low volume flow toilets and stuff are not carrying enough water to carry the solids down the sewer system. And throughout the cities and stuff, it is starting to be experienced that there's a lot of backups and buildup in systems. So something we're trying to be mindful of. So sewer line flushing in there. Also, we've had a sludge assessment out at the Tilley Lagoons. That has come back where we need to ask for some money to do some operational work on that to get them cleaned out. But at the same time, we want to talk about getting sludge assessments done on the other lagoons out there. Now, Scandi was just constructed, what was it, 8 years ago or so. Can't really say that that one's necessary, but it might be time just to check and see what's going on with that sludge buildup. But we should be getting ourselves in a position that we know what we need to do and be in a get the funding in place so that it can be done when it comes up rather than being a surprise. Tilley manhole adjustments. This goes back to the day that we did install all of their new infrastructure. Things have settled out, and we just need to go back in and fix some of that stuff so that it's safe for motorists. And then we've also had an assessment on the Lake Newell Resort lift station. There is a lot of moisture in that lift station, and there's been degradation of a number of things, including the ladder access for NRSC staff to go down and check components and motors and stuff. So that's all in there, and those are some pretty significant numbers that you're looking at. A brand new lift station replacement, just so you're aware, exceeds $1 million. So the refurbishment of $450,000 is much. It's just a better thing to chew on than $1 million replacement. And I was the one that pursued the $1 million replacement along with Jeff to make sure that we had that covered off when we addressed this issue with yourselves. The Tilley Lagoon desludging and stuff, when you do the desludging, you have to have the land that you need to spread that sludge across. And that's coming at a $600,000 price tag from the estimate from Lambourne earlier this year. So again, hopefully what we're throwing in budget is enough, because by the time we go to do the work, hopefully things haven't changed again. But gladly respond to any questions that you may have on these items.
Mark, so are you saying that the refurbished LNR's lift station will do? Is that what the study says?
From the engineer's recommendation, I believe it said it was 15 to 20 year life expectancy if we did everything in the report.
So that's good news.
Yes, because that's less than half the cost of putting in new.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any questions for Mark? Okay, seeing none. Waste management.
Exciting times again. Waste management, really a budgetary component with the exception of door-to-door solid waste collection in the hamlet of Tilley, which is done at full cost recovery for that service. We, as per my monthly report to council, we continue to work on the landfill closure, and that is kind of a hold-up point right now. So it's obviously looking like a 2024 project unless we get some news quick, but I don't see it being done this year. So carry forward is how that's described on here. And we'd also like to consider looking at all of the other landfills that the county has had in the past, like the Rainier, the Rolling Hills and stuff. to determine whether we require environmental certificates for closure purposes or not. A lot of these things predate a lot of the environmental regulations and stuff, so we believe we're all right, but we'd like to ensure that the county doesn't have any future liability sitting on the books if council supports that initiative.
Okay, questions for Mark on that? No? Okay. Next is planning and development.
So planning and development, pretty straightforward again. There's been a lot accomplished over the past couple of years with land use bylaw, MDP updates, things like that. So continuing down that road with having access to planning services to assist. But we did shed the land or the planning intern this past year, which brought a lot of good to the department, assisting with service capacity and whatnot. You've got a lot of things going on here with getting a lot of agreements and stuff updated with our partners and stuff that'll tie up service capacity, along with delivering the regular services to our ratepayers with planning and development. So, questions?
Questions for Mark. Kelly.
Sorry, but I think this will take us back to the topic just above it. Waste management. We did put a proposal forward to NRSMW, whatever that is.
NRSWMA.
Thank you. Is there money in the budget for that? No? Okay.
We have yet to hear back from our solid waste partners which direction they're going.
Did we have a 30-day offer on the table or anything?
Oh, we're good. We're good for that anytime. Time is of the essence to get things transferred. What we had proposed is a January cutoff time. To get everything in order to achieve that will be a tall order between now and then, but I have not received an update from the solid waste guys.
Thanks, Matt. Anything else? Okay. So we are, Ag Services is complete. So now we're on to the Alberta Utilities Commission. And that would be Jeff on the hot seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glad you guys got through the budget discussions and saved all the hard questions for Mark and Todd and Roberta and Lane and Stuart and those guys. So now we can talk about the Alberta Utilities Commission and their inquiry into renewable energy development in the province. So last council meeting, we discussed the AUC inquiry, what was going on, the multiple options they had for municipalities, individuals, whoever wanted to be invested in their inquiry to get involved. We talked about how we would be involved, and it was decided then that we would respond to their comment matrix, which is just a published list of questions, and we would register as an observer to the proceeding. We struck a committee with Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Screever. We met following that meeting to review the comment matrix, and we had a lot of good discussion. There is reports that were published. Everybody heard at RMA, Councillor Chrisman speak on the Quasi-Judicial Review Board, as well as another report that Brownlee LLP produced. Links to both of those were included in the RFC, as well as the proposed list of responses to the AUC comment matrix. Not to go over everything line by line here, but to give council a little bit of a background refresher. The comment matrix had questions surrounding 4 main areas. First was reclamation and securities. Secondly was development on agricultural lands and environmentally sensitive lands. Third was development on provincial crown lands. And fourth was questions surrounding pristine viewscapes and what that meant to everybody involved. Just to go over briefly kind of some of the points that we talked about in the meeting and what some of the attached answers in the comment matrix attached to the agenda contain. For reclamation security, we discussed at great length that yes, it is a big deal. Yes, it should be required. We thought that if the security was going to be held by the landowner, there should be some type of standard practice or form on how it's developed and how it's implemented. We didn't maybe think that the landowner holding the security and the interest in the land was the best option. It goes on further to talk about who we thought should oversee the program, and we thought probably the Alberta government with their experience in it, or the AUC might have a hand in it, but maybe taking the burden off of the landowner to ensure that reclamation security is taken care of. We talked about security types. We know cash is king, but understand the hurtfulness that could cause on a development in early stages for investment and whatever else, and the ability to come up with cash. So letters of credit, surety bonds were another thing that we talked about in great deal, and we think that there's definitely a role for those 2 types of security to play, but more information needs to be gathered around the ramifications surrounding collection of those securities if it would come to that. Security should be required as early as possible in a project, understanding that at the outset of a project, it could hinder investment, but ensuring security is built through the life of the project is very important. Talked about independent review of security being important. And we talked about some other programs, specifically around earthworks, gravel pits, mining of coal, mining of oil sands, quarry operations, landfills, things that have to do with altering the ground and altering the earth do have current programs in place for reclamation. And that was just a question if there were other places. And we also know that there are places south of the border that do have security in place for renewable power plant development. I think the Brownlee report, or maybe the quasi-judicial report, noted Texas and Montana having programs of some flavor, but we don't have many details on that. One thing with reclamation we did talk about at length at the committee meeting there was the end of useful life of the physical installations is one thing. The disposal of the panels, the removal of the infrastructure, which is kind of probably at the forethought of everybody looking at a solar field being reclaimed. The secondary question was the environmental cleanup, if any, that would need to be done. What panels or wind turbines installed over top of the land does to the agricultural capabilities of the soil, and if that's a concern, that needs to be dealt with as well. Secondly, we talked about development on agricultural lands. It was pretty clear through the committee meeting that the committee members thought, we don't think that soil classification should play a role in the permitting process for these renewable energy developments. There was a strong feeling that what we're here to do is negate adjacent nuisances from development on lands, and we respect landowners' rights to develop their land as they see fit and as most advantageous to themselves without hindering their neighbor. And that's really the role that we are playing from a municipal planning stance. So that was a really good conversation. We don't think there should be any streamlined processes right now for approvals on any types of land. We're going through this process to try to increase the engagement, improve the communications between the regulator and the local municipalities. Maybe in the future we could see some streamlined processes once we get a little bit more information and this figured out a little bit further down the line. We think the AUC should consider all of the statutory framework of the municipality, including its land use bylaw, when making decisions with respect to renewable power plants. one thing that resonated over and over in the questions, and we tried to put it together, is the AUC uses their determination of the public interest. We thought that there needs to be more clarity and definition surrounding that, and understand what the public interest is. This AUC inquiry is going to go into a module B as well, that they're going to be looking at the supply generation mix with renewables and conventional energy supply, as well as the reliability of the electrical network in the province. And we really thought that, those are two things that really are going to play into what is in the best public interest, part of those two things. We think the consultation with the local municipality should be increased. Right now we're treated no differently than an adjacent landowner, somebody that is in the room, has a seat. The companies will mail us a package. We may or may not have a meeting. We may or may not get a phone call, but we'll review their package against our framework. And if we ever saw something out of line, we would submit that to the AUC as part of their proceeding. But we do think that, like telecommunication towers, maybe some type of process like a letter of concurrence should be issued to the developer, and they're required to submit that at their AUC hearing to say, hey, AUC, we fulfilled this municipal consultation to the satisfaction of the municipality. So just a consideration that we had. Development on provincial crown land, we discussed that we didn't have a whole lot of large tracts of provincial crown land that would be suitable. Dinosaur Provincial Park, we've got the Antelope Creek Ranch, we've got some other sites and whatnot, but in the grand scheme of things, other municipalities contain a lot more provincial crown land than the County of Newell. We do, however, think that anything that's going on that type of land, crown land, should be subject to the same leases, permits, approvals, consultations as any other project that would happen on crown lands that any municipality would be liable for if we were widening a road or crossing with a pipeline. So that was kind of where we were with that. And finally, the last thing that we talked about was pristine viewscapes. I think we all agree that defining a pristine viewscape is very subjective. I think we agreed that defining it province-wide and kind of casting that blanket would be maybe a little bit impractical, because there's different things about the province that are pristine and beauty's in the eye of the beholder a little bit. We also said that a lot of these situations need to be discussed and maybe are each individually have different considerations that need to be considered. And we do think that the viewscape should be considered at the local level. But we also pointed out that, when we talk about viewscapes, in this context, we're talking about power plant development, but we also need to keep that in mind for consistency across the rest of our planning framework for any other development that's happening and how that affects a pristine viewscape, however that becomes defined. So quick rundown of the AUC comment matrix and not the exact answers to the questions, but that's included in your package. What we're looking for today is just any comments from the whole of council, yays, nays, changes to any of the answers that have been provided in the package. We do need to submit the comment matrix by November 22nd is the due date, so I think that's a week from today. And we're also going to register as an observer to the proceeding. I can tell you that as far as rural municipalities, the County of Leduc and the County of Paint Earth have registered as interveners on the proceeding. They've submitted statements of intent to participate, and I think they've got more information coming, but I can't really see that from the website. The RMA is registered as an intervener as well, and Lethbridge County is registered as an observer. So open to questions, comments, fruitful discussion around some of what we've come up with as a committee.
Lynette.
In most of the answers, I can't see any issues with any of it. I really like the fact that you bring up neighbors and that you keep using the word public interests, because that really says what I think we need to be protecting, right, or trying to. My only question is, I know this is probably personal perception as well, when it comes to the wind turbines, like the noise, but yet they talk about viewscapes but not sound. So that was I was curious about that.
Jeff.
The AUC has a intricate list of rules that power plant developers need to follow when they're making an application, no matter what type of power generating facility or power plant it's for. One of those rules, I think it's Rule 005 or 007, is the noise standard, and noise studies are carried out and have to be submitted on what types of noises the development creates, and it has to meet thresholds as set out by the AUC. I think that's kind of why they've not noted noise in this inquiry. Yeah.
Any other questions? Sounds good. Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Just wondered if you had discussed being paid similar to other interveners in the process. That was a big part of our review, that municipalities have to pay for their time, their even if they get legal. That is all at the expense of the ratepayer, which is different than a neighbor. If a neighbor chooses to intervene, they get their costs covered by AUC. So I wondered if you wanted to add that piece to one of the questions.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, definitely. We didn't have too long of a discussion about that, but I do perfectly understand where you're coming from, because we've had many of these discussions with Mr. McKenzie from the AUC previously on many previous chats that we've had, and the municipality won't necessarily be granted standing if they become an intervener, whereas an adjacent landowner would, where the municipality is trying to stand up for the rights of the municipality and all of its landowners. We may not be granted standing, which means we wouldn't have any financial assistance when it comes to, like Councillor Christman says, staff time, legal fees to be paid, reports to be generated. That would be all on us if we were to decide to intervene in a hearing of the AUC. I'm not sure offhand where that might fit in, but I can definitely take a stab at feeding that in through one of the areas. Reclamation and security, development on agricultural lands, development on provincial crown land, and pristine viewscapes were kind of the four main areas that they ask questions about, and that's, I guess, kind of the crux with responding to the comment matrix, is we're responding to the questions that they're asking and maybe not going above and beyond that. But I think maybe we could find a place to slide that in there for sure.
I was thinking it fit best around where we're recommending that they use our legal documents that are in place, our planning documents. That way it's kind of in line with the expense that it's recognizing the expense we've already incurred, and now we're going to incur some more. So yeah, just a thought.
And I appreciate that, because I do, off the top of my head, not having read the responses for a little while here, recall maybe saying that we were happy with the process and how the process functioned as a whole, where, you know, we could register as an intervener, where we could submit as evidence from our statutory framework or land use bylaw at an AUC hearing. Maybe there's some tweaking that I can do in there that talks about funding and obtaining standing when registering for intervener status, for sure.
Dan.
One of the things, if a home or a landowner is representing themselves, they are 100% for sure representing their interest. If we're intervening, there's a potential we're representing against what people are wanting. So we could go in there and say, no, we don't want any renewables. Meanwhile, half of our population actually wants renewables. Now we're paying, or the province is paying for us to go in and work against our ratepayers. Now, how do we know for sure that we're doing it the right way? whereas a landowner is definitely doing it the right way for them. We're only guessing. I mean, we can go out and talk to people and we can do all of our research or whatever, but we're only really guessing. And I don't think that's really fair, that we should be out there and taking guesses at what people want when it comes to that, because some people definitely do want it.
Jeff?
Point taken for sure. It's an interesting balancing act. I think we see it at almost every MPC meeting and some council meetings when our statutory framework gets into the limelight of the meeting. That like you mentioned, we are working for the greater good of the entire county, the public interest, if you will. I guess a little bit, and we often have people coming in and arguing the policies that we have in place in our MDP, in our land use bylaw, because it doesn't fit for them. It's a very gentle balancing act of us creating policy and a framework that is for the betterment of the county, and whereas individual landowners or specific types of development or densities of development vary a little bit, right?
Anybody else? Seeing nothing, then thank you, Jeff. So there's no real, it's just to use this matrix and that direct Jeff to make that change for for Kelly's comments. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
And further, I think, thank the committee for sitting down and having the hard discussion with you and getting their thoughts out. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. And thank you. All right. Okay, so we are, is there anything in camera? I get a no from Matt. Is that correct with everybody? Okay, all right. So no in camera. Date of the next meeting. We're not sure, to be advised. It's in our calendars. Okay, so it's in our calendars. Make sure you check your local calendar, your local listing, and I will adjourn this meeting.